Good evening and welcome to our board meeting for December 13th, 2024. I'll call this meeting to order and I'll move for an adoption of the agenda. I understand there are no corrections or additions to the agenda.
Correct.
So I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Lavier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Public comments for closed session. I assume we have none.
We do not have
We
any.
do not have anything. With that, we'll be moving to closed session to discuss employee discipline, dismissal, release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, case number 2.22 CV 20717. Then C, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54957.6 with our district negotiators. And then conference with our legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2, one case. With that, I'll entertain a motion to move to closed session.
So moved.
Second?
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Lavier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes, we are
Motion
adjourned to
carries
closed session.
5-0.
Welcome to the Board of Education meeting for December 13th, 2024. We've just come back from closed session. Sorry that we're a little tardy getting out of closed session. Would you all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now, Ms. Ramirez, would you take the roll call, please?
Certainly. Okay. Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
President. Calvin Peterson, Vice President.
Here.
James Forsyth.
Present.
Sorry. Trustee Alicia Lavier.
Present.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Kim Chavarria, Student Board Member of Buena High School.
Here.
Alondra Contreras, Student Board Member, Pacific High School.
Here.
Haley Armstrong, Student Board Member, Ventura High School.
Here.
Thank you. And there was no action taken in closed session, so I can report that. Board of Education, presentation, outgoing board member, Ms. Alicia Lavier, Dr. Castro.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. First, I just want to thank Rose Ramirez for filling in for Amy Dom while she is out. She's been doing an extraordinary job keeping us focused over the last few weeks. So I want to thank her, and I'm going to need her help as we give this presentation to Ms. Lavier. So if you can please bring forward the gifts and recognition. If you want to go ahead and take it down, I'll offer the opportunity for the board to share some words of appreciation, and I'll start. We have a card for you, and then a small ornament or plaque of appreciation. I'll just share that you were here with us for a short period of time. You came to us in a moment of need, and the way that you've carried yourself has just really elevated the way that we do our business. And even though you were with us for a short period of time, you've made your mark. And me, especially being in, this is my third year, it was a really special moment for us to be able to have as a board with your presence. So thank you for your service, and we're gonna continue to run into you. You're still here, but thank you very much.
Board members, Ms. Rodriguez.
I was going to go last, but I've had the pleasure of knowing Alicia for a really long time personally, and getting to know you as a board member has been really, really special. I don't think I knew how passionately you feel about kids and taking such commitment to that work, right? Like, this is hard. I think many people don't understand all of what we do, and when you step into a role, it's like there's so much that you learn. But Alicia has always shown up really committed to serving students, and every time we make a decision, that has been at the front of your thinking, and I really appreciate that. I know it's easy to get distracted with all the other stuff, and you have just really kept your focus 100% on serving kids, and it's something I really admire about you. And I know how painfully shy you can be, and so being in this role has been a really hard thing. But you've just done a great job, and I have so much admiration for you, and I'll miss having you here, but I'll get to see you still, so I will appreciate that. So thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Forsythe.
I just want to, ditto Trustee Rodriguez. When you came here, you started, you said, well, this probably isn't for me. And typically someone would resign when that happens, but you stuck it out. And I think that's because you have a strong commitment for children and our students. So I really appreciate you. Thank you for sticking with us and being there and allowing the voters to make that decision. Thank you.
And I've already shared with you how I felt about you jumping out of your, what some people call comfort zone. So I won't reiterate that. We don't want to start any waterworks, but we really appreciate you. Like, you gave us the aspect we needed. Like, we all have different viewpoints, and your viewpoint was very valuable to us. So thank you for what you did for us.
Yeah. And I'd like to thank you for jumping in at our time of need and being there and being very prepared at all our meetings. You know what's going on, and your concern for the children and the students of the district has been noted. So thank you very much. Okay. Would you like to say anything?
Yes. This has been a very humbling experience and definitely way, way, way out of my comfort zone. But that's how we grow, and I'm forever grateful to all of you for, really showing me the ropes and just teaching me and being very patient with me through all my questions and explaining things. And to everyone, staff, thank you so much for all that you do, and I appreciate all of you. And it's been just a really, really just humbling experience for me, just seeing how the district works and what happens behind the scenes. And I could say the same thing, that everyone here leads always with the intention of what's going to be best for our students, and that is just really special. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Dr. Castro, the oath of office.
Yeah, so Trustee LeVere, you still have to hang on for a few more votes. So don't leave yet. We have a break. If you've looked at the agenda, you'll see that we have a break, and we're going to do some transitions, but we're not there yet. But we have another really special moment, which is to give one re-elected and one new trustee an oath of office. So we'll start with Trustee Rodriguez, and we'll head over to the microphone over there. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll start with Ms. Frederick. Sorry, that's what's on the list. We'll do that first. Please repeat after me. You can say your name.
I, Shannon Trainee Fredericks,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies,
and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California.
that I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
No. You've been here before. I
I, Sabrina Rodriguez,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance
and I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California.
that I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Again.
Again.
Okay, now it's time for our student board report, so we will start with Kim.
Good evening, everyone. Let's get right into what's happening at Buena. In October, we had a fall festival, which had a huge success because we had multiple students, friends, and families attend. I went through the haunted house maze myself, and it was definitely terrifying and scary. We had students from our drama department be our scare actors, and they did an amazing job. Moving on to our sports at Buena. Girls soccer went against Ventura, and varsity won 5-0, JV tied 3-3, and then they went against Rio Mesa, and varsity won 5-0, and JV 5-0 as well. Girls basketball has been having huge success as well as they went against Oxnard. Varsity won 56-43. They went against Dos Pueblos, and they won 58-49, and then Oaks Christian, and they won 57-41. Plus, wrestling, boys and girls, will start league in January. We also had our theater department hold their fall play, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, and some quotes that people from Buena said about the production was, "It was amazing. I was laughing the whole time," from Miss Posada. They had really great costumes, Chloe Morgan. Kept me intrigued the whole time, Taylor Smith, and the backdrop settings really made it come to life, Soy Kudos. We also had our food fair this semester again, which was great because we had our clubs and organizations be able to raise money, as well as students be able to buy various different foods like peppermint bark and even dragon's breath, which is made by using liquid nitrogen and cereal. So far in December, we've had a College Spirit Week hosted by our AVID program. We also had extra Ventura College application workshops to help students begin or continue dual enrollment, which was done by our College and Career Center. We held our first Family Science Night of the year. This is where students of our science club are able to work with our chemistry teacher, Mr. Kellogg, during the semester to be able to showcase their fun experiments at the end of the semester to friends and family. There was around 25 people who attended, as well as people who didn't go to Buena, and we're just there to see the great projects that were made by the students. Finally, the Wellness Center had their journaling activity every single month of the semester, which has grown very popular because students are able to use this strategy to release stress and anxiety. Finally, coming up, we have our elective fair, which will be our very first of the year, where students will be able to walk around tables at lunch to meet teachers and hear about our exciting elective courses that we have at Buena. Today we have our Not So Silent Night concert, which we have a Night So Silent CD and album every single year. But today we have the concert, which has all the different people who are highlighted in the album, which is very exciting. So sad that I couldn't go today, but it's okay. We had our Holiday Spirit Week this week, and today was Wear Your Ugly Sweater. Unfortunately, I couldn't wear it today, but that's okay too. And finally, we have our finals week next week, which is very exciting and stressful as well, as I'm sure you all know. Thank you, and happy holidays to everyone.
Thank you. Alondra?
Hi, good evening. These have been the highlights at Pacific High School. So we started off with our Unity Day, which the Wellness Center held an event, which was our Linking with Kindness, in which students were asked to answer one of 3 questions onto small pieces of paper, and then we would link them together to create a chain, which would show our unity with kindness among students. And then we had our ARC assembly. It was for Anti-Bully Week, in which our school was given the chance to listen to the stories of the mentally disabled, which brought awareness about bullying to our school. The Wellness Center then held our Kindness Rainbow, which was also for Anti-Bully Week, in which the students were asked to write something kind that they did, whether for others or themselves, or they would write something that others have done for them. Then we had held our Renaissance Assembly, which was for quarter one, to honor the students who made over 20 credits during the quarter. We also used the assembly as a way to practice walking across the stage for graduation, helping students get comfortable in front of crowds. After the assembly, we rewarded the students who made Renaissance with a trip to the Santa Barbara Zoo. Many of our students got to explore and learn about the different animals that inhabit the zoo, as well as greet some of the animals up close, like the kangaroos, which was kind of scary, but it was okay. Next, we had our Tree of Gratitude, which was another wellness event for the month of gratitude, which was in November. We had students write on leaves and like things that they are grateful for, and then we would place them and have them glue it onto the tree. And we ended up making this really big tree, and a lot of students participated in it, and it was just nice seeing everybody come together for things that they're grateful for. Then we had our Thanksgiving celebration, which we hold annually. Our homerooms competed against each other in different games, and we even had our centerpiece competition where homerooms created turkey centerpieces for their class. And one of our teachers, Mr. Barnett, ended up winning for the second time in a row. And yeah. And then we had our Winter Wellness Fair, which we hosted for the second time annually, where mental health resources arrived. They presented their cause to the students, handed out brochures, goodies like fidget toys, bags, and water bottles, and also just gave more information and ways to contact them in case students needed the support or needed any resources for their health. Then we're holding our flag football practice, which our school has different students from different homerooms practicing with each other. We're planned to play with many different other flag football teams from different schools, and many of our students will be, in fact, cheering for their fellow peers. So this is just like a sneak peek at one of their practices.
Good job. Thank you. And now on to Haley.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Haley Armstrong, and I am filling in for Student Board Representative Olivia Mobley. Starting off on October 10th, we had our Higher Education Fair hosted by our College and Career Center. This event happens every year and is a great way for juniors and seniors to gain insight into the options they have available to them after graduation and assist them in figuring out how to pursue them. It was also a great way for college-bound students to learn more about schools without having to physically visit them. Then, on October 16th, we had our district-wide Unity Day that we participated in. This was a day in which students were encouraged to wear orange in support of bullying prevention. ASB and Renaissance also put up large posters of the word kind without the I, suggesting that students stand in the empty slot and become the I in kind. This year, our homecoming events took place on October 18th and 19th with our rally, football game, and halftime show on Friday the 18th and the dance on the 19th. We went on rally schedule for the rally, which cuts out minimal class time for students to attend rallies rather than going during lunch. This strategy has been a great way to increase school spirit and keep our student body informed. Our halftime show featured performances from marching band, dance, and hip-hop, and featured the winners of our homecoming court. The next day, we had a huge turnout at the dance, which was held at our stadium. There were different food trucks, and PTSA also had a snack bar and were super involved in the dance, helping ASB run coat check and water stations. On October 24th, our music department had their annual benefit concert, which featured 7 of the ensembles and orchestras on campus. It featured a silent auction and served as a fundraiser for the music boosters who support the music program. On November 15th, the annual fall play opened. This year, the play was Clue, and all the actors and actresses were amazing. On November 22nd was our fall food fair. This is a great opportunity for different clubs around campus to sell food and make money to put towards events and projects. This year was our largest food fair yet, with over 40 clubs making and selling food at lunch. Originally set for November 6th, our Dia de los Muertos event took place on November 11th due to the mountain fire. This is an event put on by the two-way immersion program and the incredible foreign language department at VHS and is open to the public. There were student-made ofrendas, and the event featured traditional dancing, music, and food. This is an event that only began a few years ago at our school, but has proved to be a huge success, and it grows each year. An athletic highlight is our girls' tennis team, who had an amazing season. They qualified to go to CIF, which is difficult in itself, and they were the first team in 20 years from our school to do so. At Ventura, we have our Las Posadas event in the portables going on tonight, and we are in the midst of Wellness Week to allow students some opportunities to relieve stress before finals next week. We have had a few comfy spirit days this week and lunchtime activities, including free hot chocolate, a wellness resource fair, and the favorite of many of our students, a petting zoo. Tomorrow, the music department is putting on their holiday concert and have partnered with Spark of Love, and rather than charging for admission, they are requesting that each family donate a toy for a child in need. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you for that fine report. And now we'll move back to the Gratitudes Award, since I missed them already, and sorry about that.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. As those are coming up, first we would just like to thank everyone within the district, families, students, staff who've contributed to these Gratitude Awards. Since 2021, we've had over 1,300 individuals recognized. And for the month of November, if you're new to this, we have so many recognitions each month. We just focus on a few publicly. So I'm going to read, as the names scroll through, those who've been recognized. We're just going to highlight a few. So the first one, excuse me, is Darlene Wareham, a campus support assistant at Lemon Grove. Darlene is noted as being an invaluable part of the Lemon Grove team for many years in her role as a campus support assistant. She greets students each morning with a smile. She has contributed to an atmosphere of inclusivity across the campuses so that students with a wide range of interests can find a person or a place to interact with or engage. She knows all of the students by name, and as well as most family members. She continues to help everyone feel welcomed every day. The next individual is Riley Guerrero, a student at Balboa Middle School. Riley is noted as having gone above and beyond, taking it upon himself to help out new students, in particular one from Vietnam who does not speak English. Riley's been welcoming to the students since the first day and helps translate during break periods. Riley's made the student feel less alone in what must be a very isolating and awkward transition for anyone in that position. And so Riley is noted for being so generous and compassionate. Our last recognition is Kara Miller, a teacher at Citrus Glen Elementary, who in this case was nominated by a student who is now in middle school. So the student said they nominated the fourth grade teacher, Miss Miller, because she has had a big impact on this individual. She is not only nice, funny, and an amazing teacher, but also finds a way to calm her class down and do it while having fun with all her lessons. The student loved the art that was done and the fact that there were always ways to be engaged in her classroom. And this student assumes and anticipates that she is the same grade teacher, making an impact on many more students like them. So please join me in appreciating these three individuals. Okay, and I had had a meeting with some of the student members, and I had shared that this was going to be a meeting with extra long steps. So Dr. Dannenberg, if you want to release them, you're welcome to.
Okay. So at this time, we'll let the students go ahead and leave if you'd like. You don't have to stay, but if you want to stay, you're welcome to. But understand that, particularly on a Friday night, there may be other things you want to do. So thank you for being here. And did we have any student highlights, Dr. Castro?
Yes, they were covered during the presentations.
Oh, they're covered. Okay. How about correspondence? Do we have any correspondence?
We do not.
Any board member have any correspondence?
Do not.
Okay. Public comments. Ms. Quiros.
Good evening. 1 second while we get set up here. Before we begin, good evening. You will have 3 or 5 minutes to speak this evening. I will give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when the time is up. If you are speaking on 2 different items, please be sure that those are on separate items, as you can only speak once on any particular item or for general public comment. Before we begin, we would like to remind everyone that the governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in the effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that each person should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior on district grounds, facilities, activities, meetings, and events, and in the use of district electronic platforms. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live, and we do have students that are attending and watching our meeting, so please keep language as respectful as possible. Please also note that the microphone at the podium has been calibrated, and there is no need to touch that microphone, just speak right on into it. We do have several people who will be speaking on 2 items tonight. The first is only speaking on one, that is Annette Mendoza-McCoy, and they'll be followed by Lauren Talui.
I'll return if I don't have enough time. The history of Native American Heritage Month can be tracked back to 1986 when President Reagan signed a proclamation to designate the full month of November as Native American Heritage Month. This change allowed for a more in-depth exploration of the rich histories, traditions, contributions, and contemporary lifeways of Native Americans. I started an inquiry in October with my son's 6th grade classroom on how and when the coming month class would acknowledge Native American Heritage Month, as our family identifies as Native, and offered support. The month came and went, and I was very sad to see that there was no acknowledgement of this in the classroom, at the school, and even in the Ventura Unified School District community newsletter. However, every year, I am given an enrollment form for the Indian Education Consortium for Ventura County, which I have to then re-educate, that only includes federally recognized tribal members, of which I am not. My family is Humano Apache, that is now in the area of West Texas, and we do not qualify for membership. Although California contains the highest population of Native Americans through relocation and dislocation, most of them are not federally recognized. Even among the local Chumash people, researcher John Anderson in 2020 report has numbered that only 1 out of 13 of those Chumash bands are federally recognized here in Southern California. So my first question and put out to you today is, why no recognition of Native American Heritage Month? If we're making acknowledgement of Black History Month or anti-bullying months, I don't understand. My second question, agenda item, which I may return to ask further on, is the implementation of the Assembly Bill 1821, which recently passed on September 27, 2024, and had 80% of its respondents in support of this requirement. This bill will require public schools to teach all students in elementary, middle school, and high school about the Spanish colonization and the California Gold Rush, to include the instruction on the mistreatment and negative impacts of California natives during this time period, as well as their contributions to our state. The State Department of Education must consult with tribes when it updates its history and social studies curriculum framework after January 1st, 2025, under this law. I hope and expect that the implementation of this in our school district will include California natives and non-California natives, federally recognized groups and non-federally recognized groups, Indian Education Consortium parents, our local indigenous elders, and our scholars, our activists, and parents like me, who can really create a robust and revitalized curriculum. I'll be back.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next set of speakers are all speaking on general public comment as well as 17-2A. So at this time is your general public comment. Please give me a moment to prepare the minutes as you come up, because each of you has either 3 minutes or 2 minutes on this. Ms. Talui is up next, followed by Timur Talui.
Hello, my name is Lauren Talui, and I'm here to voice my concerns over the lack of transparency and communication happening at both the school and district level at this time. Due to some issues we were having, I had reached out to administrators at all levels on multiple occasions. After making no progress with our school site administration, many parents decided to come together to work on finding solutions. Over 50 of us worked together to write a letter to ask for a meeting, which was sent on November 26th. This letter included Dr. Castro, Dr. Bayless, Ms. Wallowitz, as well as admin at the site level. Not one person responded to this letter, which was sent via email. However, we did get some responses from trustees who did respond that they received our letter, so thank you. After waiting over a week, we decided to follow up, and on December 5th, a second letter was sent asking for a reply to our request for a meeting to find out more information. We again did not receive a response until today. Hours before this meeting, Dr. Bayless responded to our request, but failed to grant us any sort of meeting with district administration. Unless our letter was rude or unkind, which it was not, I can't think of a reason to blatantly ignore a cohort of over 50 parents who are simply asking for a meeting to understand more about critical issues about our child's education. Once we did receive a response, being referred back to the site was beyond frustrating, as we made it clear in the communication at that level had been unsuccessful. This is the reason we took the next step to reach out to district admin. I encourage both district admin and the trustees to please take a deep dive into the methods VUSD uses to communicate and work with parents. Parental engagement should be a #1 goal in a district that is struggling with enrollment. You want parents engaged, and you want them active in this community and involved in their child's education. I urge you to do some major work in finding ways to earn back parent trust and the trust of the families that you all serve. Thank you.
How am I going to follow that? Just my wife. I had to, make a joke. President Dannenberg, Vice President Peterson, trustees, Superintendent Castro, thanks for having us here. It's kind of interesting. I just want to also thank Trustee Levere for her service. Thanks for being here, and enjoy. I think your family just left for dinner, though. I think what I want to do was interesting as we swore in the new members. We talked about the Constitution of the United States and the California Constitution. And I just went to ChatGPT because that's what I do in all my free time. And I asked what the Constitution does to ensure public involvement in the process. And what it came back to me and said, the Constitution mandates meetings like these be open so citizens can monitor and influence decisions. And the letter my wife spoke about, in their response, they said, not all administrative operational decisions are made with parent input. And while I agree, yeah, there's a lot of operational decisions that need to be made. Imagine if you're a member of Congress or your representative someplace else told you, these decisions don't require the input of the public. What I'd like to think about is how we can engage the public and get that public engaged, right? And so my ask of the trustees is to respectfully talk to your staff and find out ways to make sure that staff is engaging the public. And, again, we had this conversation yesterday with Dr. Castro, and I really appreciate his conversation. And I do appreciate all the trustees for reaching out to me in this process. But, the school site council, whether it's at the elementary school where our kids go to Pierpont or middle schools where my daughter goes, the parents are one of the constituents. And so the parents actually do influence some of these operational and scheduling issues that are, as we explained to us, go through that. So again, my ask for the general comment today is for the trustees to engage staff and make sure they're engaging parents appropriately. Thank you.
Next up, we have Heather Lacayo with 2 minutes, followed by Ann Watley with 3 minutes.
Sorry, it's been a long day. Okay. Go. My name is Heather Lacayo. I have been a member of the Declining Enrollment Committee for VUSD. I've been on the PAC for years. I'm not currently, but I do attend meetings sometimes. LCAP meetings. I was the PTA president at Lincoln Elementary, the PTA secretary, currently for the new PTSA at Data. I've served on 2 school site councils, once as an elementary secretary and now the chair of DEANZA. I'm also a substitute teacher for Ventura Unified. I've taught PE intervention, sports camps. I did a skate camp over the summer. I'm very involved. I am really concerned about the parent engagement that is currently happening. VUSD is losing and has lost some public confidence, and I'm really sad about that because I love what I do and I love being a part of this, and it's really bumming me out. I have heard recent statements by administration and even board members that VUSD is in the sole business of educating our children. To that end, decisions have been made to close the public out of campus fields that have previously been available for parks. Trees have been felled without outreach to neighbors and community members. Perception is reality, and the perception is that there are members of VUSD administration who believe our schools exist in a vacuum and that public and parent engagement is forced at best. An administrator has stated that he works for the state, not the parents or the community. It's very sad to hear that. Unfortunately, this type of limited and restrictive thinking may have significantly contributed to the recent failure of Measure H, which was a simple request to renew a parcel tax to support our school district and community. We need the public support, and we need to be working with people. This is an example of how our school district does not exist in a vacuum. Rather than positively engaging parents and community members as valuable partners in education, we're playing defense when parents and community members are outraged and upset by lack of communication and consideration. In fact, I know people that are not here tonight because they're so upset that they're worried their emotions are going to get the best of them and they're going to be seen as being crazy or emotional. Thank you. It's not how it's supposed to be.
One moment while I change the time here. Up is Ann Watley with 3 minutes. Just 1 second. Followed by Susan Henson with 2 minutes.
Ann may not be here yet. She was running late.
Okay, so Ann unfortunately forfeits her time for general public comment if she's...
Is there anything that can make a motion to
If I can,
put her to the
please.
end or something?
There's only board. There is only Ann Watley and Susan Henson left. I'll call Ann again after Susan's done.
Thank you for that.
Susan, you have 2 minutes.
I'm going to temporarily change the subject. And then later I'm going to bring that subject back, so I apologize now. I noticed, actually, and I'm a little bummed that the high school representatives left because I was hoping they could kind of take this back to their schools too. When they give their updates, whether it's at school, through Parent Square, and it's not just them, it's the schools. When they give their updates through Parent Square about school activities, such as sports or other events happening at school, I hear a lot about football, volleyball, soccer. I hear nothing about cross country. Cross country is a very amazing sport, let's just say. In fact, many people joke that it is other sports' punishment, the running. It is unfathomable to me that there are such amazing performers at the high school level just in our local area. Women, for example, that have gone to Olympic trials, and we hear nothing about the meets that they're going to or anything. I still hear football game tomorrow, such and such at whatever location. I hear nothing about cross country. So just a polite request. I did make my request to the school site as well, but it seems to be a theme across schools that we hear a lot about some sports, but not so much about others. So I would love to hear more about that particular sport and all events that are happening. Thank you.
Ann Watley is up with 3 minutes. Is she here?
She's not going to make it, but she's on for later.
Thank you. She has then forfeited her time for general comment, but I do have her down, and I will change her from 2 minutes to 3 minutes for number 17 to A, and that is it for public comment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to the annual organization meeting of the governing board, election of officers. At this time, the board will select a president and vice president. I'll entertain a motion for president.
I move to appoint Calvin Peterson as president.
Second.
And was that you, Alicia, second? Oh,
Yeah.
Sabrina, sorry. Thank you. Okay. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Lavier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
No, just kidding. Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Very good. Congratulations, Calvin. Motion for vice president. I'll accept a motion for the vice president.
I nominate James Forsythe.
Second.
Okay. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Lavier? Yes. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Congratulations to both of you. Before we take our short break, I've been asked to do the next item first, so presentation by Dr. Castro.
Well, Dr. Dannenberg, yours is not nearly as emotional as Alicia's because you're just moving locations in a minute or two. But I think anyone, Calvin's coming into this position next, and Sabrina's been in this position. Anyone who sits in this chair takes on an additional role. It's both symbolic, but it's also operational. And I just want to thank you for working with me as superintendent over this last year in this position. I continue to learn from each of our presidents, and I learn from you uniquely. Thank you for your service, and we'll see you down there on that end in just a minute.
Very good. Thank you. And now we'll take a short 10-minute break so we can change some positions here.
Okay, we're back from our 10-minute break, and I just wanted to thank the board for trusting me for the duties of president. I've always wanted one of these, but I didn't want to stay in school long enough to get it, so you've made a dream come true. All right. We're next on to item C, certification of school board representation for the County Committee on School District Organization. The governing board of each school district and each community college district shall annually select one of its members to represent them on the County Committee on School District Organization. The representative selected shall have one vote for a member to be elected to the county committee. The board will take action to select a member to represent them on this committee. I'll entertain a motion.
If nobody is interested in doing it, I'll be happy to do it. It very seldom meets, maybe once a year, so I've done it before. So
I move to appoint Jerry as our, Trustee Dannenberg.
I'll second. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. All right. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg,
yes.
Trustee Fredericks,
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe,
Yes.
Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
D, selection of dates and times of regularly scheduled 2025 Board of Education meetings. Attached for board approval is the proposed 2025 Board of Education meeting schedule. Meetings will be generally held at 6 p.m. at the VUSD Education Service Center, 255 West Stanley Avenue, Suite 100, Ventura 93001, unless otherwise duly noted, and are generally held on the second and fourth Tuesday of each month. I'll entertain a motion. You should have a list of the meetings.
I move acceptance.
Second.
Second.
Oh,
Go ahead.
second.
Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg,
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks,
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe,
Yes.
Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, E, board representation on board appointed committees. The board and superintendent will discuss board representation on various committees to include district, advisory, and public agencies for 2025. Board approval of the attachment list is requested.
President Peterson, the board will note based on previous feedback where given trustees have volunteered to do this. We've added now Dr. Dannenberg to the annual County Committee on School District Organization. There are a couple of other optional non-VUSD committees, the Chamber of Commerce Committee, the Midtown Community Council Committee, Pierpont Bay Community Council, and VCREA. Those are currently blank. This board can, if they want to, have discussion on this, or they can approve the list as stipulated, which would be the addition of Dr. Dannenberg to the annual County Committee on School District Organization.
Do we need any discussions on the open committees?
Yes, because there are several that have 3.
And there can't be more than two.
Two.
Correct. Okay.
Yes. So the first one of those listed would be the Bond Oversight Committee.
If you want, you can take my name off. I'm fine not being there.
Okay, so we don't have to make a motion now because we take the entire list in. So the next such example of that would be the Surplus Property Ad Hoc Committee.
Sabrina and I has been on it for a while, so I think, it would be like a pretty big catch up, and you're gonna have a lot of catching up to do. So would you be fine with me and Sabrina staying on it?
Okay, thank you. The next one for discussion is right below that, the LCAP Committee.
I could go ahead and take my name off that.
Oh, I was gonna take mine off since that way, since Shannon dropped from,
Oh, okay,
the
yeah.
surplus property. So
Okay.
that way you could-
Okay, and unless I've missed something, we have, and then although those are the committees that had too many, the board, if they wish, could have a discussion about additional members that could join, like, for example, the PAC or the CDAC if they wanted to. That's up to the board.
Yeah, if no one else is interested, I'll continue on the liaison committee with the city. That has traditionally been current and past president, but neither of you put your names in. So if it's only James, I'll serve. If one of you wants it, then you should do it.
Oh, no, I think you're great for that one.
Huh?
I said, I think you're great to be on that one.
I would add also, I need to take my name off the Arts Collaborative Committee. I thought I had checked, but that one meets during the day, and I think that would be a difficult one for me.
Well, if we need someone for the Arts Committee, I'll switch. I'll do the liaison if you want to do that. Are you already on the Arts Committee? Oh, you're already on the Arts Committee. Okay.
I've been on that for 10 years. I'm not going anywhere, sorry.
Okay, I'll do the liaison that way, because I'm just looking at the count up, and we're monopolizing a lot of your time. So I'll do the liaison.
Great, okay.
So then we would remove James from the liaison committee and add Calvin. Okay.
We're gonna keep James on the liaison.
It does meet at 3, so it's gonna be, you're gonna have to like hustle to get over.
Will you be able to make it?
If not, I'll be your backup. How's that? I'll be your- I'll
Okay,
be
that's a
your,
good compromise. Thank you.
Great.
And Rose, although it's not necessary, if we could just note for the record that Sabrina will be the alternate for that in case James cannot. Yeah.
And then also, I noticed the VCREA appointment isn't on here, so if we could add that.
Yeah, second to the last.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay,
It's
sorry.
just, it's not checked.
So it doesn't have, but I was appointed to that position, so.
Okay, we have filled in a lot of blanks. Again, there are some alternatives, there are some non-essential, I'll call them, committees on here, Chamber of Commerce Committee, Midtown Community Council, and other community councils. We don't have to approve those today. We can always do that in the future if we wanted to, but if anyone wanted to note that, we would need to do that tonight.
Do we know what time the Chamber of Commerce Community breakfast, what time that breakfast starts?
Yeah, it's from 7:30 to 9:15 typically. And I mean, I can continue serving on that. I didn't put my name just in case someone else would like to do it, but I'm happy to go.
Okay, because I wouldn't be available after 8:30.
Okay, so we're adding Sabrina back to the Chamber of Commerce Committee.
So with that, I'll make a motion that we accept the committee assignments as presented.
Second.
Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsyth.
Yes.
Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next, 16A, Action and Human Resources Certified. 1, sunshine of initial contract proposals from Ventura Education Support Professionals Association to Ventura Unified School District, and from Ventura Unified School District to the Ventura Education Support Professional Associations for collective bargaining. This is a first read.
Good evening. Thank you.
Good evening. These are the initial contract proposals from our VESPA Association to us and us to them, just as President Peterson had said, for your consideration for approval. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
So this is a first read, but we can have a discussion if need be, or we can entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Okay, vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg,
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks,
Yes?
Trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe,
Yes.
Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
And then, President Peterson, I wanted to ask, is it possible, since we have a number of public comments on 17A2, and it is a Friday night, to move that to after the next contract sunshine?
Absolutely. We'll move it right just above business services.
Absolutely. Staff has no objection to that, Anthony. Given that we didn't do this in the agenda adoption, do we need to hold a vote to move an agenda item forward that wasn't, since we missed that during agenda adoption?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll entertain a motion to move 17A2 to just above B.
Oh, so moved.
Second.
Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg,
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks,
Yes?
Trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe,
Yes.
Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, item number 2, sunshine of initial contract proposals for Ventura Unified Education Association to Ventura Unified School District, and from Ventura Unified School District to Ventura Unified Education Association for collective bargaining agreement. This is also a first read. Do we need discussion?
Almost sunshine.
I move
No.
to approve.
A second.
Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg,
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks,
Yes?
Trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe,
Yes.
Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, and as voted, we're going to move 17A2, which is secondary master scheduling, teacher assignments, credential alignment, and site-based decision-making. Staff will present the process of master scheduling in secondary schools, including how teacher assignments are created, the credentialing rules that govern teacher assignments in areas where site-based decision-making applies.
Thank you, President Peterson. Before I hand it over to Dr. Bayless for the presentation, the board and the community will note that at our last meeting, there was a request to bring forward an item that would allow the public to weigh in specifically on data. And I know that we have family members here. Given that there were, and we heard this through public comment, there were many elements that our community had concern about as it relates to this process. And so part of what we intend to do today is to be able to illuminate the complexity of those site-based decision-making processes, and we can actually be prepared also to speak to some of the comments that were made about where is input, what are those elements that involve staff input versus parent input, and then ultimately also where are those elements that tend to be administrative in nature. So Dr. Bayless, if you would.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Castro, President Peterson. As Dr. Castro mentioned, and Gina Wallowitz is my partner on this presentation, because really it is a multi-departmental process when we master schedule. And in fact, of course, that partnership extends to business services as well. That's a key part of the partnership because they tell us how much money we have. The other part that I want to give you a backdrop before we get into the details is that it really is a year-long process. And it begins in August. Our first conversations about master scheduling for the next year happens before the current year even starts. And so a lot of that has to do there in the 3 items below B. You're analyzing actual enrollment, how good your actual enrollment was, based on the predicted enrollment that happened earlier in the spring, all to try to get your staffing right so that we are responsible with finances, et cetera. We're also looking at the course-by-course enrollment in secondary. We're looking at where did students' course requests land in early winter, where did they change over spring, where did they shift as a result of summer school. Particularly in high school, there's a lot of shifts that happen in master scheduling. We're getting pretty good at predicting those and master scheduling for those in the spring in advance of the coming year, but a lot of students take initial credit. A lot of students that we expect maybe to take credit recovery in the summer don't, and so we have to reschedule them. So there's always some scheduling that's in flux, and we're always trying to analyze that and predict that so that we don't make schedule decisions late. It's always best to do them in advance. And of course, one of the other key components of that, which I partner with Jean on, is that special education caseload analysis and looking, again, all of this speaks to our staffing in alignment with our course requests, in alignment with our overall enrollment, not just for the current year that is about to start, but is our modeling good, so that when the next spring comes around, we have a good model to get it as close to right as possible. In September and October, our work shifts a little bit to some of the reporting mechanisms that we have, and that's next to CalPads. There's the fall census day where we have to upload enrollment and what students' course codes they're taking. Those course codes, are they aligned to the credentials of the teachers that are assigned to them? And we have a slide on that a little bit later. And that's all now being overlaid by an increasingly new, or not increasingly new, a new and increasingly more active accountability system in CalSAS. And I'll let Gina speak to that a little bit later. November, December, where we are now, we're already starting to look at actual preliminary projections, not just sort of our models, but we have school of choice. It's of course coming through, and I should have included that there, I apologize, but that's a big part of our master scheduling process, is looking at school of choice numbers and where they land. Base staffing reviews and staffing projections and decisions about where we might need to shift staff, where we might need to hire more in some areas on credentials, et cetera. And of course, the high school course director update in preparation for putting it out to teachers and parents and counselors as we prepare for those course requests that come in January. And so that's what we're preparing for now. I'll spend a little bit of time here just so you can understand some of the mechanics of what happens in January for our secondary schools. The school and choice enrollments become solidified, and we get decisions, and then we can report to schools, and we can add to schools what their boundary-based enrollments are and what their pluses and minuses are in terms of incoming school of choice, and also intras, as well as losses for boundary enrollments going to other school of choice sites in the district. It's when we get our preliminary site budgets, which have an impact on staffing, because many of our schools use their site budgets to round out and supplement their staffing in various ways. School site councils, and this looks maybe a little bit different than it has in years past, but we have shifted over the past couple of years our school site council and SIPSA budget votes and creations to align better with the overall staffing yearly schedule to conform to those March 15th statutory notices, if any, that are required. So that's now happening earlier in the year. And then on E there, you can see in the upper right-hand corner, this is when, and I just had a principal ask today, when are we getting our staffing allocation numbers so they can start to work on conceptually where those sections are going to be, what sections are they going to run. That happens in January, and sites don't have that yet. But nonetheless, this is essentially what it looks like. There's a certain number of general education enrollments and the reason why special education is not included at this time is because IEPs haven't happened yet. We don't know what the services are that will translate into staffing or into specific sections. So we start with general education enrollment. That does, by the way, include many special education students who are in our, who take general education courses. And that produces a certain number of sections, as you can see. It's framed in terms of FTE, that's full-time equivalent teachers. So in the top example there, that's 28 teachers. And then 168 sections. So if you're imagining a master schedule board, that's 168 tiles on the board. And you can see in that, that add-on line, that's when we have specialized grants that support specific sections. That's when we have perhaps LCAP funded sections for interventions or specifically targeting groups on the red in our dashboard, et cetera. So that's just a quick snapshot of what gets produced. Every principal in secondary gets one of these, and then there's a whole component of master scheduling by credential and by department that they then slice those sections and divvy them out based on students' course requests and needs. So a site gets 168. They move those around based on what the students request and based on board goals, district goals, LCAP goals, et cetera. Down below at the bottom there, this is something that's also finalized in January. So the district, over the past 6 years, we've made some significant improvements in having criteria-based course placements. And the reason why that's really important is that we use our progress monitoring processes, we use our district assessments to help place students in the most appropriate world language course, science course, math course, English course. Not necessarily electives, but in the core courses based on their academic history. That doesn't mean that they're bound to those particular placements, but it's a starting point for counselor conversations. It's a starting point for conversations for students with parents based on what's recommended to them. And the students can always waive a recommendation to be in, let's say, an honors course or an AP course. And that wouldn't necessarily apply so much for 8th to 9th, although we do have a 9th grade AP biology course. But prior to that, it started with, this is many, many years ago, we didn't have this mechanism, and it was not nearly as efficient, not nearly as effective, and there'd be a lot of late summer changes that would impact staffing. So we're really pleased with this, and this is an important feature of the whole master schedule process that happens in January. Okay. In February, when I mentioned the slicing of the sections to create the master schedule, this is what it ultimately looks like. Based on students' course requests, based on their placements per that sort of master placement sheet that I showed you just previously, you can see how those sections get parsed into specific courses. And so here's just a generic example. And you have 256 enrollments in Social Studies 6. You slice it 8 ways, that gives you a class average. And so if we go back to that original allocation sheet, every site gets a certain number of sections based on enrollment that's based on our contractual teacher-to-student ratio. And that's where I'll ask Gina to remind me, it's 34 to 1, 35 to 1. So essentially for this middle school case, for every 35 students, 6 sections are produced, because those 35 students go to 6 sections, and that's sort of the math behind how this works. You run some sections high, as in the case of U.S. History Gate. It's really tough to run 2 sections of 20, because then you're under that ratio, and now you're eating into your allocation. You're going to have to run other sections high. So this is sort of the art and science of master scheduling. Where can you run things high? And in order to preserve singleton sections, which are sections in your master schedule that only happen once in the master schedule, and or in order to run intervention sections that are really important, maybe credit recovery sections in order to support grad rate, et cetera. If we stay in that upper right corner for a little bit, this is, I don't have another example where there's another credential, but in this example, this is all the social science credential. So in this site's case specifically, there are 27 sections for that specific site. So it's a middle school site. So that's on the, we're just under 5 FTE. So given if that site has currently 6 FTE or 4 FTE, that's when in January there is work to be done either to add, you have to hire for that specific credential, or you have to release and those teachers go out to transfer to other sites, et cetera. So that's how you're working with the interaction between credentials and course requests and sections. All of those sections get added into the total allocation, and so you can see here, obviously this would never happen. This is an example of where a site would have lots of work to do because they have been allocated 277 sections, but they have, on their master schedule board, they have 338. So they are over by 61 sections. So that's when, if they couldn't reduce that effectively on their own, district support would come in and help work with them on making sure, first and foremost, all the formulas are correct in the sheets, et cetera, but then work with them on maintaining breadth of study, breadth of offerings, but making the hard decisions about what to cut so that we can get to the overall allocation, get under that overall allocation. That credential plus or minus that I mentioned earlier is something, again, we have systematized this over the last few years with our partnership between our 3 departments. We have a day where all of the principals, I believe it's typically in early February, mid-February, where all the secondary principals come together with their preliminary credential needs based on how the course request landed and how they sliced the sections. And so you can see here, I think that this was maybe from several years ago, so I don't want anyone to get worried about that this is an actual site from this year. You have those columns are schools, and I took that off again so that no one would misunderstand that this is current, this is not current. So overall, the district has to look at not just the constellation of credentials at a given school, but the constellation of credentials at all of the sites so that we can align to our overall staffing model and work with our associations and the whole HR process to move teachers around and go through the transfer process, et cetera. So if you go to that far column at the bottom, you can see, for example, history, social science, since that's what we were looking at up at the top, in that 3rd row. We have a need for 0.66. So that's 4 sections district-wide. So our staffing model is pretty close for, this is all of secondary, so that we're pretty close. But now we have to try to get at, to be as close as possible. So we're working with HR on how to make sure that we have 4 fewer history, social science, credential sections in our staffing for the following year. So you can see sometimes we're right on the money, and sometimes, in this case, we're mostly under because there's a whole process. I was about to say a very HR sentence about, but I'll let you do that. Okay. That displaced teachers, that the transfers and the hiring, that all happens in February and March. And so for those veterans that have been around, and for you teachers on the board that have been around this, and former superintendents, you know that this is how it works, and March is a really important month for displacement, hiring, transfers, et cetera. Okay. On to April, May, and June, and then we'll get into the heart of some of the issues for data that brought this issue to the attention of the board. Pre-enrollments, and that's pre-enrollments are, of course, every parent has to fill out those documents in order to roll, as opposed to the re-enrollments, which is I'm already enrolled, I just need to re-up the media release, or I need to re-up or update my health records, et cetera. So we're constantly now looking at actual enrollments that are coming into our student information system. So rather than just course requests, because that's projected, we have to plan for that pre-March 15th. But now we're looking at real new enrollments. Are we getting enrollments from out of district? And this is when those numbers filter into our system, where then we as an executive team can offer more staff to a site that gets more enrollments. And those pre-enrollments are the formal enrollments that ping in our system. That means it's real. And if it's above what we've already allocated, if it's above what our staffing model already planned for, then we have to add staff to those sites. The intra-district and the inter-district transfer process, those are ongoing. Similar to summer school, where summer school course selection and how many students take initial credit, dual enrollment, et cetera, how that can change students' course requests. We do have some things that unfold over April, May, and June, and even further into summer that impact, and we had this in elementary this year, where we had many late enrollments. And so our staffing model needed to adjust, and it needed to adjust late. We needed to make sure that those were real enrollments, but prior to that, they were not. They were not in our system, and they exceeded our model. And so, as an elementary example, so into the finalized master schedules, it's always the gold standard to have the master schedule. And again, asterisk, a lot happens, particularly for high school schedules in the summer. But the gold standard is to have your master schedule established prior to the start of summer. All of your master schedule conflicts, you've had counseling conversations where Gina, an 11th grade student who wanted 2 courses that we just, despite our best efforts, could not schedule in different places, but they exist in the same period. Now she has to make a choice, so I need to sit with her as my counselee and work with her. We don't want to wait until summer for those. This really is the gold standard. Sometimes it's hard to do, but nonetheless, we're making sure our processes get us as close to that as possible. Not only so because that's what's good for students and good for the system, but it's also important for hiring. We get the best candidates when we can hire as early as possible. So having that finalized master schedule, and what I mean by a loader run is you put all of your sections into the master schedule. You say, I've got 5 U.S. history sections, I've got 3 AP U.S. history sections, et cetera, and you create all the parameters, you create caps on the courses, then you hit the button, the loader, and it, I was about to make a sound effect, I won't do a sound effect here, but it shifts them all into those classes, and then you have to look at where the conflicts are, period by period, and then all student information systems, our current system queue, areas, et cetera, gives you lists by period, by course, of students that were bumped out because of a conflict, and then there's hand scheduling involved, et cetera. So obviously we want to master schedule in a way that gives students the most possible opportunity to access the full master schedule, reduce as much as possible the number of master schedule conflicts, and reduce the amount of hand scheduling that's involved, because that's very time intensive on the part of counselors, and it can be agonizing for parents and families and students. And then the goal is to have, as I mentioned earlier, site principals finalize all staffing prior to the last day of work. Now again, that's not always possible, because we could have an influx of enrollment over the summer that necessitates additional hiring. Okay. Maybe I'll pause there. And that was sort of an overview of the mechanics and timeline of master scheduling. I think the key takeaway is it's very multi-departmental, it's very systematic, and it really is a year-round process. So before we dive into the credentialing side of things, any questions?
The board have any questions? Okay.
Okay. So I will turn this over to Gina, who's my partner in all things credential alignment with courses and course codes, et cetera. Gina.
Thank you.
And, oh, excuse me, and Gina, if you could also kind of pause in the middle, just in case, because, you know, sometimes when it's a lot of information, kind of pause in the middle for questions, and then we'll do questions at the end. Thank you.
Sure. I only have one slide. Greg only let me have one. No, I'm just teasing. Sure, I'm happy to pause in the middle. As we had mentioned, the authoritative source or the management source is the CalSAS. So we have some additional monitoring that's been in place for several years now. And so we as a district have had a priority of appropriately aligning staff with their credentials. And we've been making great strides in that area over the last several years. And we still have a little ways to go, but we've been making really great strides. So I wanted to talk to the board and the public about the different kind of categories of different, when we're looking at secondary staffing, the different categories of credentials and different types of authorization and what they do and what they don't do. And just for the public's knowledge, elementary has, for right now, generally speaking, the same credential, a multiple subject credential, and secondary is different. It typically has a single subject credential. So in the first category, that does not require board authorization, the single subject credential and the supplemental credential, which would be if a teacher did have a multiple subject credential, they can take specific coursework and get a supplemental credential to augment their multiple subject credential. Both of those credentials are authorized by the California Commission on Teaching Credentialing. And so those are authorized by that agency, validating that they've completed all the coursework and all the necessary licensure and requirements to be credentialed in that area. So there's no action needed by the board. In the second case, there are cases with flexibility for a variety of different situations that can be board authorized when we are unable to find a fully credentialed teacher. So that is the intention of those flexibilities. So one of those situations is when we have somebody who isn't fully credentialed, but they have some transcript of coursework in that subject area. So for example, maybe I have a multiple subject credential, but I have several coursework units, 12 to 18 units in social science, and so I can use that as an authorization. Those are brought before the board as a local assignment option because they have the units on the transcript. They don't have to be in any particular area, just within that subject area overall. The second category is if they're not credentialed, but it's in progress. So there may be some coursework in progress. They haven't completed a final course. The first example is that they've completed all the coursework. The second example is they're in process, but not everything has been completed yet. And then in the third example, that is sometimes we have different tests that are required for different credentials, CSETs and RICA, different tests that are required, and those, they may have taken the test, they may have them scheduled, but they may have not gotten the results back. And so that's that category. And then there's another category that is not often used, but is a possibility that a local committee of subject matter specialists can determine a candidate's subject matter competency. And so these are 4 examples of different types of candidates, different types of teachers that we could use that flexibility of local authorization when we are not able to find a fully credentialed teacher. In these cases, can I make one more statement and then I'll pause? In those cases, in those 4 cases, that meets the requirement for the Commission on Teaching Credentialing. However, it does not meet the federal requirements that are monitored by the state California Department of Education. And so therefore, for our sites that are Title I sites, requires parent notification in the 4-week letters at all Title I schools that notifies the parents that teachers within this category haven't completed all of their subject matter competency or licensing requirements by both the CTC and the CDE. And I will pause there.
So it looks like option 4 here gave us a lot of flexibility to say, we're going to convene a local committee of subject matter specialists to determine that, well, these people may not be credentialed for these classes, they're competent, and we're going to let them run. Is that accurate?
It can be an option if we're not able to find a fully credentialed teacher. So we have to exhaust that as a possibility first, and then we could engage with that other authorization.
I don't feel like that option was really ever discussed, at least not with us. And it's, I think, you know, kind of going back to the issue of some of the comments around transparency, you know, it's nice to know what all of our options are, right? So that way when we're having these conversations, we know where that flexibility is. And this seems like imminently flexible, right? Like especially in these particular cases where you have teachers who have a really strong track record of outcomes for students, that it would be hard to imagine that a committee of subject matter specialists wouldn't find them competent. So I'm struggling with that disconnect here.
So again, we are only able to exercise that option if there is not a fully credentialed teacher in that subject area.
So do you have
Correct.
to, so they can't teach it until you exhaust that and then you can use them? As a last resort. Okay.
So for example, as Dr. Bayless had mentioned, on those like over-unders, as we're scheduling for the following school years, on those over and unders, if we had, because we've been using social science, I'll just use social science. If we had a site that had somebody that maybe had an interest in teaching social science but didn't have the qualifications, and they had an interest in using a local assignment option to teach that. If we had somebody at another site who was fully credentialed and didn't have the sections at their site, we would have to put them in that assignment first before we exercise that local assignment option. That's the way that works.
And June, I'll just jump in there too, given that you know many of the board members, we were together for CSBA, and at the statewide level, we have to remember that a lot of these criteria are put in place so that way there is flexibility across the state, because there are a wide variety of challenges when it comes to finding credentialed individuals. And as we probably heard many times at the CSBA conference, in particular for rural school districts that struggle to recruit and retain individuals, this kind of flexibility is critical. And just looking at, again, when unable to assign or when able to find a fully credentialed teacher. So just wanted to give a little bit more context, even though we're focused here, that this is designed to make sure that the state is meeting the needs of the entire state.
Let me ask sort of a hypothetical. In the case where you have a teacher that's, I'll call it a misassignment, and we'd have to use a local option. If we had a position for that person in another area that they're credentialed for, would we then have to go to the outside if we don't have anybody inside that might be fully credentialed before we could put that person back in with a local option?
Yes, that is best practice.
But the question was, would we be required to?
If we would have to exhaust that as a possibility. We have to try to recruit somebody with that credential. So if we were unable to find that credential, so for example, a lot of times you see the local authorizations with our bilingual, our dual language programs that have not only the credential requirement, but the additional requirement of a bilingual authorization, as well as our special education authorizations. Those are very difficult to recruit. So oftentimes in those areas, we don't have sufficient applicants that are qualified with the criteria, with the proper credentials, and so we often engage in the local assignment options for those. For social science, we typically have large volumes of qualified applicants, and so in that case, we would do a recruitment, and if we found a qualified candidate that was a good fit, we would select that person over using a local assignment option. Does that answer your question, Dr. Dannenberg?
Yes.
Okay, so I had
go ahead.
So I had a question, and I'd like to tie this back to data because that was kind of the impetus for this entire presentation. So if we're talking about the IDEA program, so you're saying that if there was, for example, someone with a single subject math credential, that person would have priority against a tenured teacher that did not have, who had, say, a multi-subject credential?
So I want to start by saying I can't give specific employee information for specifics. So can you ask me again, because I was focused on that. Can you mind repeating the question?
So let's say you had a teacher who was teaching out of credential, who had the letter that goes home. And so that is a tenured teacher. Say it's a tenured teacher. So you're saying that someone outside of district who had the proper credential would have priority for that position?
I see. I understand your question. Thank you very much, Trustee Fredericks, for repeating that. So they're still entitled to a position. So the tenured teacher is still entitled to a position within their credential area. That isn't being taken away from them. So they would be assigned a position within their credential area, and somebody else would be a new, let's just say it's a new staff member, would come in with that credential area to teach that coursework.
Okay, so quick follow-up question then. So regarding the letter that goes out, and in full transparency, I am an IDEA parent. I've had 2 kids in the IDEA program. So the part 4 about, non-credentialed, but being able to use a committee to judge their expertise, is that what we've been relying on in the past for waivers for that program?
It's a really good question. So typically most of our local assignment authorizations and that flexibility of cases is with coursework. So they typically take units in that subject area, and they that is predominantly what the local assignment option is that we've utilized for the past, I would say in the most recent history, in the last 5 to 10 years that I know of. Prior to that, I would have to do research, but that is generally speaking how we use that flexibility is through additional units on the transcript to build that subject matter competency.
Thank you.
I think we can kind of use something like this as best practices going forward, where sometimes an administrator or staff has information that they know what the rules are. And sometimes a parent sees a very simple solution, but no one ever says our hands are tied because of this and because of this. And I think that will help with the transparency of we just don't care and we're making decisions arbitrarily. Because as you can see, even the board, we're trying to get clarification on this because we don't know either. And so when parents see that we're making decisions, we could be making decisions based on law. But if we just said we're making this decision and not based on we don't have any ambiguity in this, then it looks like we're not communicating, we're just making arbitrary decisions. So I think something like this, where even though the parents will still have questions about what we're doing, but I think going forward we should always explain what we can't do. And then that eliminates maybe 25% of the conversation, and now we're dealing with 75% of the conversation.
I would say part of the problem, though, is just that we've already set the precedent with having waivers in the past. So I think that's where there's a disconnect, why it's being enforced at this time. I understand the timeline for the master schedules and everything. But it seems like there was not a lot of parent input going into the process, and it would have been very nice for transparency for parents who were involved or who were enrolling new students into the IDEA program. I mean, I know personally my family is at DATA when we make great sacrifices to take our kids across the district because of that specific program. We love it. So I just think there are a lot of people who made that same choice and made that commitment. And I mean, there definitely I understand, having spoken with a lot of the stakeholders and received the letter from the principal as well, so I understand that things have, been handled to somewhat of an agreement there, but I just think, that's kind of what it is. It's not so much that even that the district didn't come and say, legally, we have to do ABC. It's kind of the fact that it's always been fixed in the past, and now, what was that difference?
Yeah, Ms. Wolowitz, if I can just also create a little bit of context too. I'm going to give you some lead time. If you can also think, like you said, broadly, so we're not speaking about specific individuals, but broadly about the types of conversations over the last couple of years, what feels sudden for some schools. Can you be prepared to just talk about some of the conversations that happen with individuals without specifying others that are in anticipation of these kinds of movements? So that's your lead time. My comment on this issue is when it comes, part of why it was a great idea to propose this so we can get feedback from the board and the community is many of the things that the district, the practices of the past, I just want to direct our attention to the bottom right of this section. We, as Ms. Wolowitz shared, we've made some really important strides in correcting our alignment with, let's just say, credentials and the area of expertise. We are still behind. We're still behind if there is such a thing as being behind. And I know we'll talk a little bit later about CalSAS and compliance, but we are making steady progress. That said, we've done that very softly over several years now. And as we continue to get to the point where positions constrict, where there's less flexibility of who teaches what on each campus, these issues are becoming magnified because, just as Ms. Wolowitz was sharing, that right of assignment to certain positions, as we constrict across our district, these decisions become more and more important and also more and more glaring and punctuated on each site. Because this is why we wanted to spend some time with Dr. Bayless talking about the district-wide ramifications. Yes, we are talking right now, the genesis for this item was focused on our response to data. Data and the things that happen there are connected to everything that happens across the district and rights of assignment across the district and bumping across the district. And outside of the conversation about the IDEA Academy, that microcosm also affects other students on the campus, teaching assignments on that campus, et cetera. So that's why we wanted to start broadly, and I hope that gave you enough lead time to talk about some of these other broader issues. Yeah.
Would you like to ask your question first?
No. Let Sabrina go. I'll listen to, because you might answer my question.
Okay.
So you want to ask the question first, or you want to?
It kind of relates back to something that was said before. So, because you had mentioned that, people don't understand why the board might not make some of these decisions. But I think first it's important to clarify the board did not make any of these decisions, right? So this is not a decision that came to the board. But also, I think that the decisions where they come to the board, one of my frustrations with the California dashboard, and I have many, right? But one of them is stuff like this, because that I would fight all day long for great teachers and programs over some metric that, to me, frankly, doesn't matter very much, right? And it comes back to board priority number one, right? Build on VUSD strengths. And so when we see things where it's working, if that means we take a hit on the dashboard, I'm okay with that. And so that's where I think the disconnect for me is in this process, that if there are ways for us to preserve, and this is not just about the IDEA Academy. I want to be really clear, because we have, we can look back to Foothill a couple years ago. We have a lot of examples of having to prioritize sometimes student outcomes and strong programs over compliance, right? And I think that's hard for me, because I can live with 78.2%. It doesn't, I know it's different for you because this is your profession. For me, I'm like, whatever. I want kids having teachers who really care and come to work fired up to do the job, right? And so I feel like that's getting missed in this kind of compliance part.
Yeah, and I want to make clear, if I misspoke, not that this was a board decision. I was making an example that parents are asking the question, but we as a board who see you every day, we're asking questions about this because we didn't understand. So that was the kind of example I was making, is that the information obviously didn't go out to the parents, and we didn't even know. So I was making an example that we're asking the questions, because when you read this, you would say, well, it says that you can make an example and just get a waiver and do it. Why not? And we didn't know. Obviously, parents didn't know. And so that was the kind of correlation I was making, is that we're asking the same questions that the parents has been asking. So I don't know if, site staff knew or what, but I think doing our due diligence about having more transparency is going to be important. And just so the parents that are here understand, that's been one of our goals. We want to engage the community more. We're making a considered effort to do that. So when you come and voice your opinion, it just reiterates that we're going towards the right path. And we want to get your thoughts when we do things. So we're going to make a considered effort to do that. And it's not just because you came tonight, which I appreciate you coming tonight, but this has been something that we've talked about together, we've talked about with staff, and going forward, we're going to do our best to try to be as transparent as we can be.
Before we go back to Gina, obviously, staff, there are many elements of accountability that we share those sentiments. One of the elements that why we wanted to take advantage of this tonight was not just for this campus, but for other campuses and other campus communities. We should anticipate more and more of these types of issues coming forward, and we wanted to make sure, capitalizing on the frustrations of the data process, which later on in the presentation we'll talk about some other site-based decision-making processes and how they've worked across the district. But we wanted to ensure that the board and the community understands what are some of the things that are, and I just want to frame this in terms of a critique that we've received, and it's a fair critique. That issue of what is administrative and what isn't. You can see that this is one of those issues where credential compliance is firmly within that administrative realm, and so we're doing everything we can to do that. One of the reasons is it is in the best interest of our employees, because when it comes to the bumping rights, when a position later on opens where there is a credential, and this is going to happen with greater frequency in our district, and it will not be because we are necessarily too adherent to an accountability issue. It is going to be because we are honoring the contractual language that we have, and that bumping could affect someone who does not have that credential. So again, there's a lot to be learned. We are taking notes, just as President Peterson said. We are continuing to refine how we do this. We're going to need to continue to get better at this as this unfolds, because our district is getting smaller. The accountability measures are getting tighter, and it's not one doesn't just govern the other. They're all true at the same time. So Ms. Wolowitz, if you can share the example that we talked about earlier.
Yes. So when we anticipate or forecast, a lot of what Dr. Bayless had talked about is a lot of forecasting, right, in the beginning of the school year. So when we forecast that there may be like a misalignment of teacher who's going to teach a coursework and the credential. So we would have that conversation with the employee one-on-one. We typically partner with our association leadership to have that conversation so that we can talk about the different pathways that they could utilize to be authorized, to get the full authorization or partial authorization. And so over the course of the last several years, we have been having those conversations across all secondary sites in varying degrees based on what we predict may be conflicts between the credentials of staff. And so those have been ongoing conversations. So we have numerous staff members across our secondary sites who have worked closely with us, our associations, and our credential analysts within our department to identify, to do a deep analysis of their transcripts to see, in many cases, they need one course. Oftentimes there's just only one course that they need to take. They can take that course and we can facilitate that process with them. So that has been happening on an ongoing basis across all of our sites for several years now. And that is continuing to happen. I do want to mention that there are some cases, and Dr. Dannenberg had mentioned this, the misassignments that are not permissible to have. And so there are some cases without flexibility. And so if they have no coursework, they have no subject matter competency, nothing is in progress, that does prevent us from bringing it to your attention and bringing it to the board, because that would be qualified as a misassignment.
Okay, what I would like to do is, we did a 10-minute break for realignment, and I don't want any board member to feel rushed to go to the bathroom when we continue on this subject and listen to public comment on it. So what I would like to do is, we normally take a 10-minute break, but if we can take a 5-minute bathroom break so we can continue through the whole thing, is that, because if we continue, we're gonna, I don't want to break during a certain point. So I feel that if we did it right now, that, you know, it would seem better than doing it later. So we're going to take a 5-minute break and come back. Okay, thank you. We're back, and I'll hand it back over to Ms. Wolowitz.
You want to hand it back over to me?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. This is a little bit of a sidestep, but in the specific events that unfolded at data, it's important to bring this in because this added a layer of confusion or complexity that I think it's important to note and to provide any answers to any questions on. So in our contracts with our associations, we have Article 27 and Article 42, which are technically called site-based decision-making. And so it's a little bit separate from sort of administrative site-based decision-making. This is outlined in our contracts as staff site-based decision-making, and there's a process for that. The timeline for that, well, first of all, let me back up. One of the central things, by far the most common things about a school that site-based decision-making, as outlined in these two articles with our associations, applies to is bell schedule. And so we've had Article 27, Article 42, site-based decision-making processes unfold numerous times. In fact, over the last several years, it's what recently changed the Buena bell schedule, for example, to a 7-period day and block schedule a few years back. We have current site-based decision-making, Article 42 and 27 processes happening now at elementary sites that are changing the location of some of their nutrition bells, et cetera, and maybe in the past they've changed when the early release day is or when the banking day is. So that's all in the purview of site-based decision-making. In secondary world, it usually is about block periods or single periods, or whether or not there's an advisory period as an instructional period in the day or not, and whether or not you're on a 6-period instructional day or a 7-period instructional day. So at data, there was a staff-sponsored Article 27, Article 42 site-based decision-making process that was generated according to this timeline. And so just to give you the overview of the contractual timeline, there's a proposal. In this case, it's a proposal of a new bell schedule. And that bell schedule has to, before it moves forward, has to conform to state instructional minutes. It has to be viable for our transportation services, our nutrition services. So there's a variety of layers of analysis that happen, just not subjective analyses of whether or not we like it, we think it's good, just whether or not it is legal and viable given our obligations. Then there's an initial preliminary vote that happens by November 1st, and if it passes that preliminary vote, and Gina, remind me, it's the threshold of that preliminary vote is is lower than the ultimate threshold for the final vote that happens later, but nonetheless, it gets passed to the site school site council. So this is what unfolded in late October and November and late November of at data. So the school site council, by rule, per our contract, has to vote on the proposal to keep it moving in the process. So that's the point at which parents have the chance through their elected representatives on the school site council to say they are supportive of it or not. We have had several instances where Article 42, Article 27 site-based decision-making processes end at the school site council vote, and that process ends for that year. It could resurface for the next year, but nonetheless, that vote either continues it on in the process or it ends it. And in the case of data, the school site council voted that proposal down, and that proposal was to shift to a traditional kind of straight 6 single period bell schedule and away from the current block period bell schedule. And that vote has to happen by December 15th. And then if it passes, we have a district steering council committee meeting, which we've held several of them recently, all for elementary sites, where at that point we say, great, we want to make sure that we are all aware of what the proposal actually is. A site member presents it. There's association leadership there. Usually Gina and I or somebody in our departments are there. And so long as there's no concerns, the vote is successful and it moves on to the final step, which is a site vote by February 15th. And that has to be
The February 15th final vote has to be 2/3 vote, and the November 1st initial one has to be a 1/3 vote.
Okay. So are there any questions about the contractual site-based decision-making process as it relates to bell schedules that unfolds every year for various sites?
Okay, since there's no questions, before we go on to the next slide, I just want to interject, having interacted with a few members of our community on this issue, this is one of those areas where parents were very, very confused, because this is a confusing process as to what is the role of district administration and what is the role of site administration. And it's very understandable where the parent community is saying, well, why is the district advising in this position? And so Dr. Bayless, as we go on to the next slide, as we go through, he's already hinted at a few of these, but as we go through examples that we've had over the previous few years, these things have come up there too. And we try to demonstrate to the staff and anyone else present, we are there in an advisory role only, because these are per contract site-based decisions. So as you go through the next slide, if you can just touch on that, because I do know that this is one where it creates a lot of confusion for our families, and it's very difficult to ascertain, well, then who's in charge if the district and site are working together or against one another, because we heard that too.
Yeah, I thank you for that reminder. I appreciate that. I actually was talking about this slide as I was presenting the other slide, so I apologize. So this specifically is what has unfolded just for context, and it can be very confusing because on those school site councils in particular, administration sits on those school site councils and they're voting members. However, they take even though they might vote a particular way, they don't typically take an active platform position on the issue, because out of respect for staff and out of respect for the contractual process. So where in some cases the administration is very active in promoting certain initiatives or changes, and then when it comes to the Article 42 and 27 processes, sometimes they sort of fade into the back because they're one of 12 school site council members, and they help with the process. They make sure that the process is according to the bylaws, make sure that the process is fair, and have those in favor and those opposed present. But nonetheless, here's a more specific overview. I want to touch on a couple things here. Ventura High School shifted to a block schedule maybe 4 years ago. Buena High School went through that site-based decision-making process to also shift to the exact same 7-period day and block schedule. They were on a 6-period day prior to that, and a single-period block schedule with an advisory. And sometimes they happen after unsuccessful attempts. Foothill High School experienced a similar process with respect to shifting away from an advisory. It was voted down at the school site council level, and then most recently in secondary, again, down below you can see there's several elementary sites, but the school site council voted down the proposal most recently at data. So we're now going to shift.
Dr. Bayless.
Yes.
Before you continue, so this is the part where I think, before I got on the board and didn't understand that parents, when they're looking for people to make decisions or to change things, normally when you work in a traditional work environment and you have different locations, you might have a corporate office. Corporate office makes a decision, all the locations go from that corporate office. And sometimes in education where you have an advisory kind of corporate office, but it also goes to those individual offices to vote on what they want to do. And so sometimes when parents and even myself, before I got on the board, when I'm asking questions to someone that says, well, why did you make this decision? And someone from the ESC said, I didn't make the decision, they made the decision over there, it doesn't compute. They're like, so you're telling me that they get to make their own decisions and you didn't do it? And so that's where I think sometimes we also have to let parents know that in an educational environment, some sites do make the decision. And sometimes to parents, that's confusing. It was confusing to me before I got on the board. So now that I know, I look at stuff a little different. But a parent coming in for the first time asking questions, saying, well, won't you just change it and do something? Sometimes they're not able to. And I think we need to explain that more too. I don't know how to do that, but it would be great if we could just let everybody know, but that's more difficult said than done. But I think sometimes that's where confusion comes in and people get frustrated.
I think that's extremely well said. It is very confusing sometimes to know what we all do together, what we ought to all do together, and where we let sites have independence. And in places where it's not prescribed in the contract, that's where it's most confusing. So master scheduling is a great example of that, since we're on that topic. There are some sites that want to have academies, or they want to introduce a new elective program that not every other site wants to have, and now it gives the appearance that we are providing something and supporting something and providing certain opportunities for some students, and in other places we're not. We had this similar conversation when it came to the Proposition 28 arts conversations, right? That's exactly one of the central tensions in a particular in a larger district, where in the case of Proposition 28, principals make decisions per the law. In cases of bell schedule, it's staff decision. And I think it's important to note here that my understanding of Article 42 and 27 is that bell schedules sort of are the purview of staff. Administration cannot, on its own, institute a bell schedule.
Correct. And I know that I believe at initially at Boyna that it may have been proposed. There are times where we have bell schedules that are proposed by administration to the site staff, and it may pass that 1/3 vote, but then it doesn't always pass the 2/3 final vote and get all the way through the process, or doesn't often sometimes pass school site council. So yes, that is the case. So unilaterally, a principal couldn't make a significant change to the bell schedule solely on their own administrative rights.
Yeah, President Peterson, I just wanted to speak to that because that's part of the confusion is, well, and this was what was referenced earlier in public comment about there are some things that are clearly administrative decisions. There are some things that are administrative decisions that the district cedes to sites with site oversight, and there are some that are contractually ceded to our associations.
Okay, I think we have a comment from the board.
Sorry.
I was engaged. He was looking directly at me. I didn't want to turn my head. Yeah, I didn't want to turn my head.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. But so two things. I mean, I think this is helpful, although maybe not so much directly relevant to the conversation that I think people were having. I feel like there's an echo. Is there? No. I'm curious that you put this part of the conversation before the coring conversation, because that is and sorry, just for the public, I really appreciate your support, but we don't have the practice of clapping, so you know, and just know that like you can show your support lots of ways, but and thank you, but that's not what we do here. So I think because the question about, like, yes, the parents have an opportunity to weigh in on this part of the process, right? Like, but and that's pretty clearly, I think, been understood. What's confusing is the part that happens before it gets to this, and I don't think And again, recognizing it's administrative, right? So like, it isn't designed to have parent or student input. But it's just when you present it this way, it makes it seem like this is the process, when in fact there was a process before this process, right?
Yeah, I apologize if that is confusing or was not preferable. What I was attempting to do is to go broad and then to become more specific. So all the things that are very central and critical for the data conversation, saved to last, because I assume that that's where the majority of the conversation was going to be.
And I'll just use this opportunity since we're still on this slide. Part of the reason, again, that we're taking this broad approach is, although many members of the community are here specific to data, the board doesn't have a lot of opportunities to weigh in on all of these issues that will be coming before the board. For example, there is going to be a nuance where, as we look at Foothill, if any member of the community were here listening for Foothill, even then, there's a nuance for Foothill, because in the contract, even if we follow this same prescribed process, in the contract, there's a nuance where it is an agreed upon element that currently Foothill teachers teach 6 of 7. And although there may be a site-based decision-making process that addresses bell schedule, there is a negotiated item there. And so this is the other reason why we're trying to make the most of this development and data, because this is something that isn't one, as you can see, unique to data. However, as it goes across other campuses, based on the things that each campus is trying to create, it is unique to that campus. So I just wanted to share again. There's a broader reason why, and I know we're working our way down toward the specificity.
And another thing, and some of the emails that I received were everyone copied the board, and you might have saw in some of our response that I only responded to the person that sent an email, because we cannot have a discussion about anything school related without it being in public. So I know sometimes people would expect us to come more prepared or know more or know what each of us are thinking, but we cannot because of the Brown Act. And so that's why I responded to the email that way, because if I respond to and let everyone see what I respond, that's a violation. So I know it's kind of confusing and frustrating when you see us up here talking like we've never talked before, but it's kind of true on certain subjects, because we cannot talk to individual people more than 2 people talking. Once it's 3, it's a violation. So that's why you see us asking clarifying questions, and it seems like we're just having the conversation in front of you, because that's actually true. That's actually what's going on.
And if there are no more questions on this issue, Dr. Bayless, if we can, Maria, who has the clicker? You do? Why don't we skip this slide and go to the secondary master scheduling considerations continued slide? And let's, yes, and let's emphasize, because we need to be able to talk about how this applies to data in a moment, the issue of the constraints. There is flexibility, because that's one of the things that seems to have been achieved. Because of what was achieved was addressing some of the constraints that could have been unique to data, but again, could be unique to other sites depending upon their issues. So if you can cover the concepts of this slide, let's hold off on CTE and the high school concepts and just focus on what are those elements, in particular like at our middle schools, that are some of the flexibilities that some of our administrators are trying to create on their campuses, students that they're trying to serve, programs that they're trying to preserve, other programs that they're trying to increase access for, and then what are some of the constraints that they're addressing while they're trying to achieve all these wonderful aims.
One of the key comments that I wanted to make here as I did this is that the conversation about credentialing and the conversation about coring and the conversation about constraints are all intertwined. They're all connected. So the issue of resolving credential misalignment does not exist in a vacuum. Here, it has the coring, uncoring, resolved a credential misalignment, but it was an administrative decision also to do very specific things for the master schedule to broaden access. So I want to make sure I emphasize that. Okay, let me start with the column on the right. There are many things in master scheduling that can create flexibility, and there are probably many more things that can create constraints. And when we say master scheduling constraints, it's anything that you add that might be for a very good reason, that might be in service of a specific group of students. It might even be in service of a specific course, but there's always a cost or a consequence to that, because master scheduling is, for the most part, a zero-sum game. And most importantly, the constraints become significantly more powerful and numerous in a small school. So anyone who has master scheduled a small school versus a large school knows instinctively and through experience that small schools are, in orders of magnitude, harder to master schedule. Okay. So let's talk about the flexibilities. When students take dual enrollment, not only is that a focus of the state, not only is it a benefit to students for their time to degree and the cost of college, and all the research showing that students who do that, they engage in post-secondary work at a much higher rate. It also frees up space in the master schedule. And I think we can all sort of instinctively understand that. A 7-period day does the same thing. And that's why we've had conversations at the board level about 7-period days. The more, it puts more opportunities for students to get what they want, and it reduces the number of conflicts that they have, because it spreads all the sections, the same number of sections, from 6, it spreads it out to 7. So you have an opportunity for a 7-period day, a free period to go get that other class that you want, etc. Summer school initial credit is a significant form of master schedule flexibility, because that it allows students the choice of taking an elective that they couldn't access before, particularly in a 6-period day. So for all those reasons, independent study PE, and this is something that I worked on with the board when I came here about 7 or 8 years ago, that's another form of flexibility. The constraints, whenever you have a small school, you get more singleton courses, and singleton courses are just those courses that appear in the master schedule once. That means if a student has requested 2 singleton classes, they have to be in different periods, or else, if they're in the same period vertically on the master schedule, the student has to make a choice between them. And in large schools, you have many fewer singletons, so there's more opportunities for students to get the courses that they want and need, if they're special education students, if they're English learner, multilingual students, etc. But small schools are difficult, and Data is our smallest middle school. It has the most challenging master schedule out of all of our middle schools. Middle school coring is one of them, and I'll come back to that, but just I want to make sure that I touch on these other things. So co-teaching, it's valuable, it's good. Again, I want to make sure I note that these constraints are not necessarily bad. They're valuable. They could be very beneficial for students and very preferable for parents and families. And they could even be important for inclusion, like in the case of co-teaching, but they do introduce constraints into the master schedule. Another good example of that is trying to master schedule for common preps for specific teachers. Like for our co-teaching teams, having them have the same prep period is incredibly important and advisable. We always try to get there when possible, and we're trying to design that with the upcoming master schedule, but doing so just means that if you do that, it introduces master schedule conflicts in other places. Academies, pathways, TWI, it can be very hard to master schedule for. Credential limitations present constraints. And I'll just say also, before I talk specifically about coring, is that middle school is more difficult to master schedule for than high school, because in high school you have the prep period of the teacher in the instructional day that you can be moved around between periods 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, while that's still true for middle school, technically we could put prep periods in the school day. For the most part, they're all during 0 period. They're during non-instructional time. So that means you have another point of constraint where you don't have prep periods to play with and move around as additional tiles on your board to provide flexibility. So again, middle schools are inherently challenging. So if now's the time to talk specifically about coring, I know that's a central concern here.
I got a quick question,
Yeah.
or at least a comment.
Sure.
You know, I was going to save my questions to the end, but this is a good time to discuss. So, you know, I appreciate the parents coming here and advocating for their child. I mean, I would do this exact same thing. Unfortunately, throughout this whole process, we are not addressing the elephant in the room. Unfortunately, this program has not been representative of the school or the community as a whole. So that's my concern, is that how are we giving access to special ed kids and students of color? They have a more restrictive schedule, especially if they're in DLI or any type of, you know, language class. And from my understanding, there were some students, there could have been more students that were not offered this program or unable to take it because their DLI interfered with it. So ever since the inception, it hasn't looked like the community at large. I'm a teacher, I teach special ed, and I teach it in the 96% percentage of Latino and Latinas. If I walked into data and I looked over here, I'd see all these fun toys for Caucasian people. And I don't see any Latino people in there, or at least not as many. Now, granted, Mr. Wolf has made strides to support our kids here on the Avenue, but it has not worked out. I mean, it's kind of, it is infuriating. Nobody has contacted me to say, I'm trying to kind of, you know, I advocate for my kids. I advocate for my community. No one has come to me and said, how can we make this more accessible? So I appreciate you, Dr. Bayless. You really, this works towards that. And yeah, so I advise, you know, us to really think about those students who don't have those opportunities, as my daughter does.
Dr. Bayless, sorry, before you respond, first of all, thank you. Dr. Bayless is very, you can speak to the specificity. I do want to go up a level real quickly. In the nuance of everything that he covered, what you're hearing is in master scheduling, we master schedule opportunities during the school day for all students. And we haven't said that explicitly, and so that's why I want to jump on this portion of the comment. This is why when we hear from the community that tension between who is benefiting from the master schedule, one of the conversations that we have with new principals is how will you intentionally use the master schedule to improve outcomes for all students? And we will see in the presentation that's coming on the academic side of the house, and the dashboard with all the fun that comes with it. We'll see some strides that we've made, in particular for students with disabilities. We will see some areas that we need to continue to improve, especially for our multilingual learners and other student populations. At the middle school and the high school level, the issues related to access and all of those college and career indicators, all of that happens in the master schedule. And so what Dr. Bayless has been, the picture that he's been painting is, although the reason for the impetus for this agenda item was to focus really on the academy, this is the reason that we are talking about the fact that we don't master schedule for one student group. We do not master schedule for only for certain types of students. We master schedule for everybody. And whether it's now or later on in the other slides, we'll have an opportunity to share about like what is anticipated at this point, what that would look like for next school year accomplishes a lot of what you're talking about. And I want to be really clear too, because again, in the same way that we are not just talking about data, I want to take your comment and make it broader. At every single school, across the district, there are students that we are serving well, and there are students that we could serve better. And so I just wanted to make sure that's why we're taking this approach, that although we are using this as a jumping off point to explore how and we're always trying to get better at what we do. I also want to make sure that we are not just focusing those areas of deficit on data. We need to look at those areas of need and improvement across all of our schools, and that's what we're trying to do. And master scheduling at the middle school and high school level is one of the primary ways that we make that happen.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
It does remind me of the guidance and training that we give our secondary master schedulers, our administrators, that the master schedule is the soul of the school. Like a budget, it is a moral document. And so I appreciate that conversation. So specifically when it comes to coring, and I appreciate the opportunity to spend some time on this. The reason why coring, while it does present many positives, it can reduce the number of, it doesn't reduce the number of student contacts for teachers, but the number of individuals. So you can arguably have more relationships with those students. It creates the opportunity for, within your own lesson plans, interdisciplinary work. There are some benefits to it. So I don't want to dismiss those at all. However, particularly with a small school, it can significantly constrain the master schedule, and Trustee Forsythe, to your point, it can considerably constrain the master schedule for multilingual learners and students with disabilities who have either assessment or IEP-driven requirements in their schedule to be in certain places at certain times in the master schedule that we're legally obligated to. And so when coring happens, you don't have the ability to flex and move kids around as much, because if, just think about it, usually you can move them around 6 periods, but now you can only move them around for 3 periods because if things are cored. Now that's assuming that you have English and math cored, and math and science cored, and English and history cored. But any coring between 2 or more subjects, it's usually 2 of course, constricts the master schedule and blocks students out of access for those opportunities that are cored. So to your point, you are absolutely correct. So the administrative decision to uncore, while it was made to resolve a credential issue, and I can go into more depth about how that does that, it is also, and perhaps even primarily, to get at what you just spoke about, what Dr. Kasser just spoke about, was to try to create more access for students broadly. Okay, so in that first scenario, as you can see, as an example, a student would be blocked out of getting access to a first choice elective. And that's the sort of the lowest level example of what coring does if they needed to get to a certain place in the master schedule. So if things are uncored, then you have more choices because you can move between teachers and you can move between subjects. Excuse me, not subject, but periods. And so just to address the whole concept, well, why don't you just move those singleton electives in different places? Well, they're there. The rule is you put every course, particularly elective courses, wherever they're going to have the most enrollment per student's master request. So Intro to Strings, excuse me, is in period 2 because it had 28 of 34 kids. There were 34 course requests, 28 students could take it in period 2, and 28 was the highest number when you analyze it mathematically, placing it in period 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. So there are reasons for why classes fall into certain periods, and there's certain conflicts that you're trying to avoid, et cetera. So I think that the most important comment I can make about coring is, again, while it is valuable, while it does allow for some credential opportunities with a multiple subject credential, in a block schedule environment, it's extremely limiting, and when you add in a small school, it's exceedingly limiting, and not just for those students who are trying to access a certain or involved in a certain academy or program, but it constrains the entire master schedule such that it flows out and impacts all students in some way. So I want to circle back to why and how, and I might need your assistance on this one, why and how coring at a block schedule environment presents specific legal challenges for us. So the rule is, and I'll say it and then I'll pass it over to you, Gina. The rule is that you can only use a multiple subject credential when you're teaching the same cohort of students in the same day. So in a block schedule environment, that means now not only are we cord, I have to make sure that if math is cord with science, I have to schedule period 1, and now I only have 2 other options. I have to schedule period 3 or 5, or else it becomes illegal. So now my master schedule, small school, coring, block scheduling, creates such a restriction that the master schedule starts to implode, and you have to make really, I think, almost absurd choices about, well, okay, let's give these students their 3rd choice elective. Let's also core special education, even if IEPs don't need it, because then students can't break out of a special education core and go get a class somewhere else. Same with English learners and multilingual learners. Gina?
You did a great job. Very, very well done. That is exactly the information I would provide.
And why can't they? I mean, maybe you could just touch on minutes or service bowl.
So the reason why they can't break out of, so I think I said that they can't break out of a core in order to access. So one of the provisions in coring with a multiple subject credential is that the only difference between the cohorts in different periods with the same teacher for different subjects is if the student is special education or
multilingual.
Or multilingual. However, if the master schedule is such that it's so constricted that they can theoretically, they're allowed to be a +1 in an English class in an English history core, they can't get there because of where their singleton special education course is or where their elective is. So that's the reason why, again, in a small school with so many singletons, with coring, with block scheduling, it makes it extremely restrictive.
And the reason to allow for multilingual learners and for students with disabilities is because they often have additional services. And so that's the purpose. That's the why.
Thank you.
So getting back to the overall philosophy of the master schedule is, while we want to do certain things, we have to make peace with certain constraints that come with the size of the school, the number of students that need special services, the number of students that are multilingual, and also in some cases, if blocking prevents access to a specific program because it's within an academy, or it's always master schedule at the end of the day so student athletes can't access it, then we have to really wrestle with that. We have to try to come up with a creative solution that might be a give on the part of those students and families that have had access in order to create broader access and more opportunities for students. So that is the process that we were working on over the last several months with teachers, site administration specifically working on that, and getting to...
just real quick.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that, because when the magnet school came to our community, it was sold as, this is something that you can do. And it's not reflective. That hasn't been reflective, right? So you're using a school, a beloved school of this community, and much of the students who are able to do this, they're not dumb, they're not incapable of being in this wonderful program. There's barriers that haven't been addressed for many, many years. and they've been left out. So I appreciate that there is some effort to go and try to make it accessible, because this is our community, right? It is we have the most, it's a Title I school. However, we're not the special ed, and people of color are not given the same opportunities as white students. And that's how it's perceived in the community. It's perceived as two schools, one for one race and one for the other. And the one that's for the other race, for the, they have all the fun toys, they have all the fun knowledge, and they can succeed. But the other part of the school, you're just gonna have to continue on and go to Ventura and just, hopefully get ADG classes. So this is a community issue, right? Because we haven't seen that the community be reflective in the program. And this is something that community has been wanting to address for many, many years, but the barriers continue. So I just wanted to kind of float that out there, is that as a board, we have to look at it as holistic. We have to consider all our students. Do all our students have that accessibility as somebody from the east side, as somebody from Pierpont? And so far, this program, no. Alex has made considerable effort to get Sheridan Way, to get EP Foster in some kind of pathway, so they can, right, with math scores and all that kind of stuff. He has differentiated his program, but how can they attend when they can't? The schedules don't align, and they can't get through the door. So I really appreciate it, and I just wanted to express to the community that we have to think about 54% of our town are Latinos and Latinas. They're the overwhelming percentage. So I appreciate it, and this is why we go through this. This is why we're having this discussion, and we need people to advocate for them, and I appreciate that.
So again, thank you for the comments. I think putting those tensions of demographics, one of the things that we, as a district, and I think districts around us believe in, is that we do not want one's demographics to determine your destiny. And there's a way in our school systems that happens. And I'm just going to break it down very simple. It's too simple, but I hope it helps. There are structural and instructional issues that continue to perpetuate certain outcomes. Part of that are demographics. Certain people start without as much as others, right? That just happens in any society. But when every student comes to our schools, we have the ability to do, at a minimum, two things. To create structural opportunities, meaning that there are pathways. I wanted to add in a term. What we're talking about has been in education since the very beginning. It's called tracking, right? We've heard that. It's used in a lot of different ways. What Dr. Bayless was talking about is that looks different at each site. And in a place like data, where you go from being, although data has historically, I mean, obviously, I've only been here for 5 years, but I understand the history. It's gone from being a school that has struggled over time to maintain enrollments, to now, in addition to that, there's a broader issue going on, which is declining enrollments. And I know that one of our public speakers earlier brought this up, and I want to address this now. Declining enrollment is not specific to our district. Declining enrollment is something that is happening across the state, and actually it's a national phenomenon. So we have not just the opportunity, but an obligation to do everything we can to create schools that create places for each student and each family. And that may not happen at every school, which is why, Trustee Rodriguez, you referenced the board priorities earlier. We want to give as many options to our families, because all options may not exist at every school, which is why that school of choice process is so important. Coming back to the structural and instructional, I want to touch on the instructional. We can create those structural access points, but part of that credential alignment process, again, it plays out differently at data, but it's going to play out across the district as we constrict. That instructional belief is we still have to, staff in particular, adhere to the belief that teachers go to school to become educated and develop subject matter expertise. And we need to continue to believe that subject matter expertise matters, that we want our students, in particular those of the highest need, to have exposure and access to subject matter experts. And that's where that issue of credentialing and misalignment comes in. Finally, and before I turn it over, that idea of Title I schools, again, not unique to Data, not unique to Ventura, across the state and across the nation. Schools that generally are lower socioeconomic struggle to recruit and retain highly qualified teachers, not unique to us, but also the concentration due to sometimes, in some cases, school of choice accelerates that because families who would otherwise be directed to go to one school can go to others. But in our case, it's not just school of choice, it's also declining enrollment too that are creating these conditions. So and again, I want to thank the board for this level of engagement and the community for this level of engagement because these are the issues that we're facing. And we're just touching on the tip of the iceberg here, but we wanted to give a platform for people to understand the myriad factors that go into all addressing these constraints and creating opportunities for all students.
Before we go on, is there any other board comments or questions that you want to ask right now? Or?
I would just like to make one comment. And again, as I mentioned, I've had a couple kids in the IDEA program. And one of the things I do really like about the way that the program is going to morph is the flexibility of being able to have extra electives. I know, like my daughter in particular had to decide not to take an instrument or not to pursue an art class because it wasn't available. So I do really like the flexibility that the new program will provide for all of the students.
Anyone else?
I mean, just to kind of piggyback on what you were saying, I mean, I think in the end, right, we are getting to a good place on this. And, you know, it's not my job to decide decor or encore, thankfully, right? But I think it is our job to look at process and how we do what we do, right? And how we roll things out. And so for me, you know, like, I trust you. I mean, and you know, sometimes people see us disagree, and yes, we disagree. It's, you know, it's the work, right? But I have nothing but respect for the people who work for us. They're all incredibly dedicated and very, very bright and good at what they do. But sometimes, for focus on an outcome, we don't do the process, right? And so that's the part that for me, and I think for a lot of people, right? Like, if we had known these things and had these conversations and just had the opportunity to learn, I do think the majority of people want all kids to be successful. I have had a lot of emails saying, this isn't about my kid, this is about the school, right? So I don't think people are just advocating for their own children. But I think information just allows people to get past those fears, right? And so in this process, we're not required to communicate with people, but this is a community and we should, right? Like at the end of the day. And had we done that, we, you know, maybe we wouldn't have learned as much. I wouldn't know about flexibility that is provided in the master schedule by uncoring, but we would have had, I think, an easier transition. And certainly it would have been easier on the site staff in this process, right? So.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll own that. And I'll just, for the board's edification in the communities, an example of this that played out to a greater degree across our district was combo classes at elementary. I'm going to tie that to Title I letters. We have sent out Title I letters across our district for ages. This goes back a long time. But then you change the context, and all of a sudden people start paying attention to those Title I letters that or misassignments. That was an area where next year, in fact, I was writing this down as a note. Next year, we'll preface that with like, hey, community, be ready for combo classes. These are the things that come along with it. These are the ways that we go about it, because we have elements of our community who have never really been impacted by combo classes. So yes, we will absolutely own that we can continue to get better in communication. We'll take our licks with this one as well. But anytime we can improve, it certainly, as you said, it's not due to a lack of wanting to engage the community. It's the how, when, and under what conditions. And with this level of complexity, we will use this as a learning tool.
And I also want to second what Sabrina said, that we do have trust in staff and the superintendent, but it's our job to communicate what the public is saying to us to you. So don't ever take anything personal. We're just doing what we're voted to do.
This is my last slide outside of the thank you slide. But
now you can clap.
I did want to maybe end with...
For those who don't often watch our board meetings, Dr. Bayless has the longest presentations always.
I noted during the break that Gina's one slide took longer than all my other slides. So,
Dr. Bayless, just real quickly, I'm sorry, I know I don't want to delay. Also, as you said earlier, the board can't talk about things before. I want the community to know this. We needed to complete this presentation prior to what ended up occurring at data. So this isn't necessarily reflective of everything that has changed since before we needed to complete this so it could be publicly posted. So I just want to share that there are things that we are not sharing that you know about that are not captured here. That's because we are required to post this agenda per timeline. So go ahead, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to end with what I think we've accomplished. And Trustee Rodriguez, you mentioned this, and I think you alluded to this as well, Trustee Fredericks, that I really think that the site and the staff have come up with an excellent solution, because not only were there constraints for all students to have access to those really high quality learning environments in the Idea Academy. Idea Academy students had restrictions. They couldn't access our new accelerated math pathway that we're piloting in 2 places. They couldn't have access to arts and music, which it's really important to note, as a school gets smaller, those singleton arts and music courses start to get on the chopping block because you don't have enough sections to run them. So giving more students more access to those courses actually benefits the entire school as well, because you're more likely to have enrollment to justify those sections, and then you can have a robust arts and music program. So yes, there's a little bit of a give, but I think the get far outweighs the give. That's my hope, and I'm just really proud of the work that Principal Ortiz and her team did, along with the current Idea Academy teachers and several other teachers who are being brought on board. And I also just want to thank Deidre Menares, the Director of Secondary, for all the support work that she did. The process was not the smoothest. There are some challenges in the process when it relates to HR and credentialing and our ability to talk about that, but nonetheless your notes your points are well taken. But I, for one, am very professionally pleased about the outcome, and I look forward to its implementation. So
okay, so I know we have, is there any questions or comments? And I believe we have 13 public comments on this subject, so I'll turn it over.
Approximately, yes. So we do have several people. Just a reminder that we'll have a different time than 3 minutes, given the fact that they already had some of their time. So please just bear with me as I go back and forth between the time. And please also remember the civility statement that we stated at the beginning. We do have students in the room as well as watching from home, or will watch the recording later. So please keep language as respectful as possible. And the microphone is working and calibrated, so no need to touch it. Just speak right on into it. The first up will be Mike Hertenstein, followed by Susan Henson.
Hello, and thank you for the time. I have learned quite a bit tonight, so this presentation actually may have been different after I heard this, but if we could back up just a little bit back to the credentialing issue, that's where I'm coming from. Good evening, Ventura Unified Board members and district personnel. My name is Mike Hertenstein. I'm here today to address a personal and professional matter regarding my 28 years of service in the district at Balboa Middle School. 29 years ago, I was hired at Ventura High as a science teacher, a position for which I was fully credentialed. Shortly after accepting this role, I was asked if I would be comfortable teaching math at the middle school level. There were many science applicants that particular year, and there was a shortage of math teachers. Despite having completed my student teaching in science, I said yes and was transferred to Balboa Middle School to fill a math position to meet the district's need. 2 months later, in my first year of employment, when a part-time PE teacher became available, a part-time PE position became available due to a mid-year retirement, I was once again asked if I would step in, and I said yes. Since then, I have consistently prioritized the needs of my school and this district, teaching a variety of classes: Math 7, Math 7 Honors, Math 8, Math 8 Honors, Math 1 Readiness at the high school for 8 hours a day in the summer school for the month of July, and Math 1 when it was taught at the middle school. These assignments were the district requests, and I accepted them. For nearly 3 decades, I have served as a math teacher on an emergency board-approved credential. During this time, I have, so I can now refer to that as number 4, served as department chair, contributed to 2 textbook adoption committees, attended numerous math conferences and professional development, played an active role in the district benchmark committee, served as master teacher and mentor for new teachers, earned certification in CPM, the district's chosen math program. I have taken nearly every professional development opportunity the district has offered, and if I may say so, they have made a good product. 2 weeks ago, I was informed that I am no longer in compliance to teach math and cannot continue in this role next year unless certain things are satisfied. As I understand now, and this may be developing, I can teach science, but you would be taking me away from the top of my game as a math teacher and sending me back 30 years to teach science, which I haven't done, and arguably I would not be good at it for a while. I can take math classes. I need to take calculus, and for those of you who know, I would need to take several years of prerequisites. I haven't taken a math class in 35 years. That also would not make me a better middle school math teacher. There are several things that I would like for you to consider developing grandfathering in. Can you limit the number of teachers outside of district compliance, outside of compliance? Can the new hires be 100% compliant? And just respectfully to consider the longevity of people that have been teaching in my situation and doing what the board has asked. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Susan Henson with 3 minutes, followed by Ann Watley with 3 minutes.
James, before I get into the rest of what I was going to say, I strongly echo your passion to expand access to more students in specific populations. But I just wanted to note that my Caucasian son sitting over there in less than 30 seconds named over 20 students that are not Caucasian in the IDEA Academy in 8th grade alone. Many Data middle school parents have voiced concerns over the last couple of months, but I believe there's a misunderstanding of what the large concern is, so I'm going to share my biggest concern. It's not a proposed change in bell schedule or even that parents weren't allowed input into site and district-based decision-making, but my concerns are poor communication and valuing of its members. On October 23rd, the Title I 4-week notice letter went out, stating teachers by name. Soon after, site admin discussed the decision to unscore at the school site council meeting, and I believe the PTSA meeting as well. Add to that sudden proposed changes to the bell schedule, all of these culminating in concerns from parents. There was no response. Site admin and later the school board stayed quiet while parents continued to raise questions and voice concerns. Meanwhile, in these same SEC meetings, some comments were made that suggested our voices and concerns did not matter because we were not the majority of the school population. When the school board finally responded today, they explained its and school sitemen's lack of communication by referring to observance of student and staff confidentiality. Makes perfect sense. But the Title I 4-week notice letter that was sent out with a kernel of concerning information, plus this sudden proposed schedule changes and no timeline for future updates or communications, no info about the law or scheduling and assignments. School board response also stated that no response was given because there was nothing to report. But even a statement saying, I don't have answers at this time, or we're making a presentation, a fabulous presentation, come to the next meeting. The response today also stated that they continue to have the utmost faith in data administration and staff, but parents do not. The fact of the matter is that a new principal was assigned to data this year, and before building relationships with the school community, the school site admin shared the credentialing of proposed changes without any additional information. School site admin and the school board ignored parent questions and concerns. The message I received was that we're not interested in your questions or concerns. Your voice, your concern doesn't matter because you're not the majority, and this doesn't concern you. We've got this. I'm happy to have now seen this presentation and heard all this information. I'm reassured by everyone's comments. However, I'm very disappointed and frustrated about how we got here. For the last few years, I've heard repeatedly the need to increase enrollment, but how are we supposed to do that if our families don't feel
30
welcome,
seconds.
heard, or valued? And in addition to ensuring a position for them, how are you planning to support these affected teachers who are also our family members, our community members, and a big factor for enrollment at specific sites and within the school district? Thank you.
Next, we have Ann Watley with 3 minutes, followed by Heather Lacayo with 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm sorry I missed my earlier slot where this may have been a bit more appropriate, but because it relates to data, I thought it also could come here. I am here to announce to the board that data does have a parent-teacher-student association. This was something that was in the works last year, so is not actually directly related to all the parents' involvement more recently. But the vote did take place in November. And I wanted to talk a bit about the PTA and, one of the taglines that the Parent-Teacher Association has is really about parents as partners. And that there's a shared mission to help every child reach their potential. And I think that's a lot of what we've been talking about. And in fact, there are standards for family and school partnerships that are considered a gold standard. And I'd like to talk about 2 of them today because I think it relates to a lot of the hot topic tonight around communication. So the guidelines they offer around effective communication are proactive, timely, and two-way communication so that they can be easily understood by parents and that they can contribute to the educational experience. As we've heard, people are not feeling that has been happening. Sharing power is the other, and that is really around strengthening the voice of families in decision-making that affects their children. And so I would just say that there is work to do to reestablish trust with data's parents. I'm hopeful that the PTSA can be part of that solution, and so I'm here to say that. But I also want to make sure that it is known that there is work to do to really reestablish that trust. I also feel compelled to comment after the presentation and some of the discussion here to make sure it is known that I'm also serve on the site school council at DATA, and so heard the many comments there. And there were definitely parents that spoke there about a desire to broaden project-based learning to the entire campus, and that there was concern around access. And there were many parents who spoke that were not a part of the Idea Academy. So I just want to make sure that that is noted, that it was not something that was ignored. And
30
I think
seconds.
The real concern, as you're hearing, is about the communication and engagement in parents in a discussion. What they just want is to be heard and to be spoken to, because the real breakdown there, and I heard it through the site school council, was that the decisions were made about uncoring, and I understand in many times that's not something that announcement goes out on a regular basis, but because it was coupled with these other things, just an explanation to say, this is why we're doing this.
Time is up.
There's no reason why that couldn't have happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Lacayo has 3 minutes, followed by Timur Talui with 3 minutes.
I've been up here a lot of times, and I've laughed, and I've made jokes, and I'm really angry right now. And James, I'm going to tell you that the divide that was caused by what you stated about the white and the Hispanic, my name is Heather Elena Lacayo. I am half Mexican. I am looking white, yes, And if you think for 1 second, and I'm speaking to you and I'm speaking to everyone else, that the parents here are here only representing ourselves and our own children, you have drastically misjudged us. We have done everything we could to state our positions, and had we known when I walked behind Mr. Bayless and James the night that some comment was made about people not understanding the scheduling and having something to do with SPED, had I understood what you were talking about, our discussions out here would have been different, and you would have heard from people. The communication was lacking. You were not forthcoming with information. We've talked on the phone. I've gotten emails, and this was a disaster. And your response to this group of people that are here and care about the entire school and the whole community is making me my heart is racing and my stomach is tight. I'm having a physical reaction to your reaction because clearly there was conversations happening that were not including the parents. That is on you. Today, we finally learned the reason that uncoring happened. Today. We finally were told the reason with an explanation. I came to this board in September when I heard what was going on. I've asked questions of a lot of people. And to sit in that audience and be told that I look different than the community here and don't care is insulting, and it angers me. I think we all are owed an apology. Aside from that, I'm concerned that the credentialing issue could have been solved by remaining cord and allowing us to vote on whether to unblock or not. But that was removed from discussion because no one even explained what was going on. That's why people are here and they're upset. And yes, things are changing and you think they're for the better, and it remains to be seen. I'm not going anywhere. That's our school. We're there to support. But the division that just got worse, we need to fix that. Thank you.
Timur Talui, 3 minutes, followed by Lauren Talui with 3 minutes.
Trustees, again, thank you for having us here. I think Heather just really hit it on the head. We created this problem by uncoring. We didn't have a credentialing issue because the credentials were great. They worked in a court environment. Vice President Forsyth, you asked for someone to offer to help increase diversity in the Idea Academy. I'm happy to do that. Whatever you want. You have my contact information. I'd be more than happy to do that to the extent that I can. I think it's important. I went to Oxnard High School, a lot of diversity there, and we were very successful in our track programs that we had in Oxnard High School doing that. What I was going to talk about was these signs over here. And I thought Trustee Rodriguez was going to steal my thunder when she started talking about build on VUSD strengths. But, the Idea Academy represents all of those. It's a strength that we can build on. It creates better student outcomes. I heard multiple trustees talk about that. Student achievement. Culture and climate. I was talking to Dr. Castro the other day, and he said, before he joined the Ventura Unified, Data was a different school, right? It had a different feel, had a different culture and climate. Sounds like the Idea Academy was a catalyst to driving that culture and climate. Educational options and programs, and this is it, right? Facilities. We talked, again, Vice President Forsyth, you talked about the facilities, the amazing tools. They're better than a lot of colleges and universities have at this place. And declining enrollment. I think Trustee Friedrich, you talked about students coming to Data, increasing enrollment in our school. And unfortunately, Dr. Bayless, what you said to me was, hey, look, we decided to uncore, which made our teachers' credentials invalid. And then we decided to have this vote to unblock, right? Where district staff voted to unblock. And if you do those two things, you dismantle the core basis of our Idea Academy. And Vice President Forsyth, how are those students going to have access to the Idea Academy if it's gone? And so, while I appreciate and respect everything you do, and I have the highest regard for our public servants, you guys do amazing work at our sites and here, I'm concerned that you don't have the best interest of the Idea Academy at the forefront of your mind, and that creates opportunities for all students.
30 seconds.
For a school that, again, I grew up in Oxnard, so I don't really have that much perspective, but a school that maybe wasn't performing as well as is now. I mean, and like I shared with Dr. Castro on the phone, I mean, I'm a rising tide floats all ships kind of person, right? And so if we can create better programs, each school, all the students benefit. And so I challenge you to demand excellence of ourselves, because our Dakota community has entrusted us with our children, right? I challenge us to exercise that and do it. But thank you.
We have Lauren Talui with 2 minutes, as you had 3 minutes on your general, and Jessica Holt will be up next.
Hi again. I'm kind of pivoting a little bit of what I was going to say based on what we learned today, which I appreciated. I understand that there is a coring issue. I understand there's a credentialing issue at data, and I understand that's an issue at many schools. I ask that the trustees become more involved in helping our district explore more innovative and unique ideas to solve these problems. The Idea Academy is a unique and innovative program. That's the whole point. It deserves to be treated with innovative and unique solutions to these problems, not what happened, in my opinion. I also wanted to just ask that I asked for the trustees to become more involved, and then I ask that the administration find ways to really stick with their commitment to this, whatever version we're going to end up with of the Idea Academy, to give it a chance. We have lost a lot of trust in whether what you guys have said is going to happen is even really going to happen. Like, I'd like to believe it's going to happen, but last year I was told a different program was going to happen. And if it's true that these issues have been ongoing, then why was I told with an incoming 6th grader that I would have a 3-year program? It's being changed. It's not what I was promised. It's not what my daughter was promised when she decided to school of choice to data. So it's going to take a lot of creativity and a lot of work for you guys to regain our trust that you're going to stick with this program and you're really going to strive to keep its core identities intact. And so that's what I ask of each of you, the trustees and the district administration. Thank you.
Next, we have Jessica Holt, followed by Jeremy Potter.
I had this whole thing written up, and then now I don't even know what to say. I'm a parent to a data 7th grader. I'm also the PTA president for Citrus Glen Elementary. Not as impressive as Heather's resume, but still an involved parent who pays attention to decisions that are being made. And I'm going to be kind of, confused as I talk because it's working off of 2 things. But first, I'm going to say that this seems a little backwards because we had the decision to uncore without notice or input, then the bell schedule vote, which had none of this context in it, which I paid attention. I was at all those meetings. And then this explanation, which gives context to the bell schedule, which just seems like a really backwards way to do it, and another breakdown in the communication. And I'm all for the diversity and more opportunity for marginalized groups. We are failing if we don't do that. However, it's more diverse than it's being portrayed here. So my son's white. But I teach him that he is very privileged and he needs to lift other people up. He told me that it's not majority white in the class. So just so you know, it's not gatekeeping like it was kind of portrayed. I want to know what the vision is for the Idea Academy moving forward. It is something that's extraordinary in our community, and to lose that would be really tragic. In her letters, Miss Ortiz called it a redesign of the Idea Academy. Do you know what a redesign is called in the business and organizational world? It's called a death sentence. They rarely ever succeed, and 75 to 80% of them fail.
What the Idea Academy is now is wonderful. It works well. The structure is effective. Even given the increased credentialing enforcement, there have to be other options. In fact, parents were made aware that Mr. Helmstetter presented 3 alternatives to the site admin and the district to preserve the current curriculum, but they were all dismissed with little to no discussion. And when teachers asked why, the district referred them to Ms. Ortiz, and Ms. Ortiz referred them to the district. So who's to answer?
30 seconds.
Data admin and VUSD have not given details as to why the alternatives are not viable, which I really want to know. And I feel like all options need to be considered, analyzed, and weighed, and have input, even though you say that parent voices are not considered in all decisions. Mr. Wolf called this new model palatable, which I don't think is acceptable for something that has created so much enthusiasm and passion with our students.
Time is
This
up.
was an easy, fast decision.
Up next, we have Jeremy Potter, followed by Kelly Perry.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jeremy Potter. Oh, sorry. This is an imposing place to stand. Good evening. My name is Jeremy Potter. I'm just a guy. Data Middle School, VUSD, and Ventura has an underappreciated gem. Sure, there's lots of other great and important programs, but Data's Idea Academy is pretty amazing. I do not say that lightly. I first heard about it just a year and a half ago. A trusted elementary school teacher recommended it to me, and parent after parent raved about it. Nowadays, that's very unusual for a public organization. Now, as a parent of an Idea Academy student, I feel the same. I see the change in my daughter and her cohort. She actually expresses excitement and enthusiasm about not just what she's learning, but how she's learning it and who she's learning it with. She's a better person because of it, because of the thoughtful way that the teachers have designed and implemented it. I am proud that she's a part of Data, and I'm proud that she's part of the Idea Academy. And I want other kids to have that opportunity if they want it. We should all be proud of VUSD's, Data's Idea Academy. The frustration that you've heard for the past 2 months from so many parents, at least from me, it's not because I don't appreciate the importance of credentialing. Sorry, lost my place. Or master scheduling, or increased accessibility. All those things have to be incredibly challenging to navigate, and I learned about more tonight, thank you. I even understand that some decisions have to be made without parental input. On the accessibility issue, I want to say I understand. It should be great, but I want to make sure you have the most recent and updated information. So come to Data. Let's have a real conversation and figure it out. You should have that conversation with the people that are heart and soul of the program. The frustration that you've heard for the past 2 months, my frustration is because of rushing my child's school administration, strongly encouraging them to make a major decision about without allowing time to meaningfully think through and engage and understand the implications of a decision before making a decision. That doesn't set up a school for success. If parents had not spoken up, I believe there would have been something called an Idea Academy. But it would be kludged together and certainly end up being a poor imitation of what we currently have. As a parent, I would not, and I will
30
not,
seconds.
sit idly by while something so precious is so easily dismantled. Their willingness to jump to a unilateral decision on coring, without an advanced thought to the cascade of implications, without meaningful consideration of options to mitigate those implications. Come on. So I'll jump to my ask. It's the same it has been for 2 months. I am asking for your help, your courage, your commitment to work together to make the Idea Academy the best that it can be with the idea and intent that was envisioned. Damage has been done. Trustees, the district, Data, and parents need to work together in a forthright manner to repair it. We need commitment and follow through. Thank you.
Next up, we have Kelly Perry, followed by Cameron Perry.
I just wanted to thank the Board of Trustees for bringing this to the attention. I greatly appreciate these efforts. I'm a little bit at a loss. I come very disheartened and really grieved, to be perfectly honest. I received this letter actually from Dr. Castro and other not board members, but district leadership. And one thing that really caught me off guard was we are extremely excited about these plans for the 2025-26 school year that will provide more opportunities. I've heard that over and over and over again, but yet it does not feel that way. It feels like you're completely dismantling a wonderful diamond and a magical program that's really impacting my student in particular. One other thing that was brought to my attention, and I think I actually did send you an email, Forsyth, thank you, is the equity amongst our students. My student is a person of privilege. He has 2 college-educated parents. I too work in special education in a Title I school district. When I saw the accelerated math program, I could not help but think that that would benefit my child, but not maybe others at Data. One reason why I actually do really appreciate the Idea Academy is that it feels like an open program. Any student can participate if they wanted to and could apply. That creates proximity, my son being in proximity with people who are different than him. And that is what I really do appreciate about having the Idea Academy at Data. Many students like my son would probably not go to a school like Data without the Idea Academy. So it does create a unique situation for the community at large. It was brought to the attention of the administration. I do feel like our voices were shut down, not heard, and not responded to. So I appreciate you, newly appointed president, for bringing that transparency to the table tonight. I do think a lot of this discussion would have not been brought forward if there was more communication with the parents at large. We dug, we looked, we asked questions. We were really doing our homework to make sure that we were gaining a clear guidance as to what was going on. California Education Code, Title I, Part A, talks about parent and family
30 seconds.
engagement. Words such as involve, coordinate, integrate, meaningful involvement with parents is the core of Title I. And we are at a Title I school with California Ed Code hoping to guide us in that direction. Thank you very much.
Cameron Perry, followed by David Young.
Good evening, everyone. I sincerely appreciate the time that we took tonight. I think, as many people have already said, this is the first time we have heard anything of substance from the district. I appreciate your presentations, especially. The concerning part to me is that we still have not heard any substance from Principal Ortiz. Instead, we've been gaslit every time we email. Actually, she doesn't even respond half the time. Co-signed by 50 people, did not respond. When pressed, she said, I suppose I could have. Is that how you respond to a community where we're acting as partners, parents, with the teachers, with the administration, and our students? We all have the best interest of the kids in mind. It is not easy to trust someone who is not willing to share anything. It's been very, very challenging. It's so bad. At the school site council meeting, we've had 50 to 75 people for this little school for the last 4 meetings. Like, why is this? It's because we don't trust the administration. Have we heard anything? No, we haven't. Instead, it's just, I'm feeling gaslit. Dr. Castro, I know you've tried. I know you sent your email today. I have not had an opportunity to read the full extent of it. We need more transparency from this district. We need the Idea Academy to maintain its excellence. And when I hear our principal saying, don't worry, things will be fine, the first thing that comes to our mind is things will not be fine. Why do you have to assure us so much? Give us some information. It looks like things are going away. For the equity, my wife spoke to this. I am glad that we moved from our elementary school that was very privileged. It feels gross to me, but we are there, and that's what it is with our younger student. I am glad that we are in a much more diverse community. I love what it is, and I want more students to have it. I want programs to expand, not to bisect everything into small parts that don't make any sense. The Idea Academy is not a single elective. as Principal Ortiz is making it out to be. So what? It's shop, it's, makerspace. What value does that add to any students other than they have access to a 3D printer and maybe a laser cutter? Okay, so what? What is the practical application?
30 seconds.
Math and science, using the tools, calculating gear ratios, they're competing with their wind turbines at a college level right now. I have never heard of that at a high school, much less a middle school. So we talk about equity. What about those kids who maybe can't do this? The Idea Academy is open to boundary students first. As space is available, school of choice students are accepted. The program has never turned anyone away.
Time is up. We've got David Young, followed by Bob Harrell.
Hi. I'll try not to speak for 3 minutes. It's pretty late. My wife works for a large federal compliance institution. She has for 30 years, and the way to bring a successful program into compliance isn't to dismantle it and water it down so it's not successful anymore. My son is an 8th grader at the IDEA program and has loved it. And I have a 5th grade daughter that planned on coming here. Simply by her talking it up, 9 of her little girlfriends also wanted to go to data. They all came to the information night. And because of what's been going on, they've all chosen not to go to data. You're talking about shrinking enrollment, and none of this is helping. Everything else I've wanted to say, other people have said, so I'm just going to leave it at that. Like everyone, I'm really disheartened by what's been going on here from all of you and from the administration at data. It feels like such a shame. Thanks.
We've got Bob Harrell, and the last speaker will be Natasha, and I apologize if I mispronounce, Grouch.
My name is Bob Harrell. I have been supporting schools in the district here for 11 years. I've sat on 2 school site councils, and I have sat on 6 different district councils or advisory committees. Okay. I have observed in that time that when there is an issue over equity, that we've taken something that is good, something that is golden, and we have marginalized it so that it is marginal for everybody concerned. And that's my ultimate concern here for the Idea Academy. For Trustee Forsythe, you brought out an elephant in the room. Since my oldest daughter was in kindergarten, I volunteered at a Title I school, had both my daughters there, and volunteered there every single week that my health permitted until we were shut out from COVID. Every week. Title I school, mix, every student was buddied up with somebody else. A lot of migrant farmers there. Every single child had a great education there, was included in absolutely everything that happened. My youngest daughter was paired up with a young boy who didn't speak a word of English. And for 3 years, they were an amazing team and worked together to bring up everybody. That can happen here at Data. We don't want it to be marginalized. We're never talking about excluding anybody. Any kid in the district can apply here. No one's been turned away. In fact, the parents involved, the teachers involved, the kids involved, we want to duplicate the program and expand it the way it is, cord. On the Avenue, they've duplicated all those great machines so that everybody in the community has access to it 6 days a week, for as free as possible. My ask is you don't encore the school. My ask is that
30 seconds.
In other programs that I've seen that you didn't, or you begrudgingly supported, when the time came to give that support or the funds, they didn't arrive. Lip service arrived and nothing else. And after a year, it was like, these programs don't work. They're going away now. Don't do that here. These parents are motivated. We'll do what it takes to make it work. I wish I had more time.
Our last speaker is Natasha.
Hello. I'm Natasha Grush, and I'm the parent of a sixth grader and a sixth grader at Data. First of all, VUSD should be proud to offer a program that so many parents are so incredibly passionate about. As you can see, that program today is Idea Academy. My son asked to do this uniquely integrated program instead of our original plan of Cabrillo, which is a well-reputed school that's walking distance to our house. I see a lot here that's about checking boxes and standardizing best practices, but what about enabling innovation and differentiation? I've personally never been motivated to become involved to this level until now in these types of meetings, in these types of processes. In the past month, I've been to my first two school site meetings, whatever they're called, and then my first two school board meetings. I'm trying to understand this ecosystem. What's the motivation for different groups requesting changes? What does success look like to all the players? It's not the feedback of students and parents, because I've recently, in a way, been feeling disenfranchised due to the letters from the district and staff saying things like, some decisions don't require parent input, but they do when those decisions may disrupt a program that has been getting rave reviews from parents and students, and when those decisions place the program at risk, both in terms of the philosophy of the program and its interconnectedness and interrelating subjects through coring, and the actual enrollment. That's already likely been negatively impacted for next year from the uncertainty during the SOC timeframe. There was confusion and rumors, and as a result, a lack of publicizing the program to elementary schools for next year when it mattered most during this timeframe. I appreciated when Dr. Bayless said that a full year is needed for planning in his presentation. Yes, planning time is incredibly important. Our school needs it too. For parent input, which has just been coming in now, right, because we just found out about this, for brainstorming options, for planning for parents and students based on the information provided to them last year at SOC events. Like someone mentioned, the 3-year program, that's why we came.
30 seconds.
I don't believe there's been enough time to process and plan changes with input from all stakeholders. Will these rush decisions water down the gem of a program we currently have? Will they impact the school enrollment next year due to this poor timing affecting SOC? What if it doesn't work as well uncored? Will there be changes again next year? Where is the commitment to this program? Thank you.
If you've been to a board meeting before, you know that we do not respond to individual comments. It's my job as president certain times in certain situations to speak for the board, and I just want to speak for the 5 individuals, including myself, that are up here, is that sometimes we relay information that was relayed to us to ask questions and to make statements of people that could not be here. So it's not always our personal belief. It's not always what we want to get across, but we're doing our job by relaying the information that was relayed to us to the staff. So sometimes people can't be here, and we're elected to represent them. So if I apologize if sometimes when we are doing our job and relaying information to people that what's being received is not what we intend to, but what we are trying to relay that someone relayed to us. So I really appreciate all the parents that came here today. You're passionate about your student and about every student in the school, as are we 5 individuals up here. We want every student to be successful, but we also want to make sure that people that can't be here can be heard in this situation. So I really thank you for all your public comment.
President Peterson, just a reminder, it is 9:48, and the board will have to vote to extend beyond 10 o'clock, given how much is still left on the agenda that may have to occur.
So how long should we extend it for? That's the question.
We need to do.
My recommendation would be to extend to go to 11 o'clock.
I'll entertain a motion to extend to 11 o'clock.
So moved.
Second.
Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Going back up to B, Action and Business Services. Request for approval of contracts exceeding $25,000. It's a first read. Board approval of contracts exceeding $25,000 is requested. Please see attached list. This period is from November 13th, 2024 to December 3rd, 2024. Do we have any questions? If there's no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Item 2, certification of signatures. This is the first read. The district annually at its organizational meeting in December certified the signatures of the agents authorized to sign orders, warrants, contracts, documents, etc. for submission to the county to the county superintendent of schools. This is a first read. Do we have any questions about this?
Move approval.
Second.
Roll call.
Okay. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Number 3, 2024-25 first interim financial report, first read. Hassan.
All right. Good evening, trustees. We're gonna go over the first interim today, so just I'll try to make it as quick as possible. I know it's late, but tonight's agenda, we'll be going over the reporting requirements, reserves. We'll touch on the enrollment and ADA trends, revenues and expenditures, ending fund balance, and our 3-year MYP. And just as a reminder, we submit 2 interim reports throughout the year. So we do our estimated actuals and adopted budget. We present it to the board around June, and from June or July 1st to October 31st, we have 3 months worth of pretty much expenses that we report any major changes or shifts in revenues and expenses from the time that we presented the adopted budget to now, till October 31st. And that's called our first interim. And then second interim comes, we have 6 months of expenses and revenue changes potentially. And then the whole cycle starts over again. And so as the first interim is constructed, we would be certifying positive. There are a lot of assumptions in the first interim, which we'll get into. We will be meeting our 6% required reserve for the current year and the 2 years out with the current assumptions in the MYP. And feel free to stop me if you have any questions at any times. Enrollment at ADA. Enrollment year to year is decreasing. We're losing about 200-300 students every year, and so that trend is continuing. I've kind of leveled it out for the out years, and we're going to continue monitoring it as our P1 and our P2 and our P annual enrollment dates come up throughout the year, and we could update our budget if we see a steeper decrease. Our enrollment to ADA percentage is about 94%. The state is still allowing us to do the 3-year funding average, which pushes our funding to ADA about 14,089. If we didn't have that flexibility, we would be funded at about 13,204. So that's quite a bit of a difference in the funding calculation. So the major changes in general fund revenues from adopted budget to first interim, we updated our LCFF supplemental concentration grant percentage, rolling percentage from 56 to 57%. So that bumped up. We bumped up our first interim LCFF calculator. Our federal revenues were updated to match any title programs. Sorry, the slides are behind. Yeah. So during estimated actuals adopted budget, we don't always have our final allocation amount for Title I, Title II, Title III programs. So we went through the budget to update our final allocations for those. Our state revenue, we had an updated CTE grant in the amount of $789,000. And then we updated our allocations in unrestricted lottery in an amount of $230K. Local revenue saw quite a bit of an increase from estimated actuals or adopted budget. We updated the budget to reflect a one-time workers' comp dividend, $1.7 million, and then we closed our Gold Coast Trust, and so we budgeted for a $3.7 million return from when we closed our old health insurance provider, or JPA, sorry. Salaries, however, are going, the expenses are going the opposite direction. As you can see, everything is in red. We've updated from the adopted to first interim. Our classified, certificated benefits follow those salaries. Supplies and services budgets have been updated, same with capital outlay. I'll touch on, these are the planning factors that went into planning the expenses. We updated the LCFF to match the COLA that we have currently, 1.07, 2.93, 3.08. That is the current COLA that we know of. I know there are, so the LCFF is our main source of funding, which is our base funding with our supplemental concentration grant dollars in. So the MYP that we're going to look at in a few minutes is going to base the major source of revenue that we receive for the out years based on these COLAs. So from now until second interim, we'll have, if anything changes on these out year COLAs, that would impact the revenue quite a bit. Yeah.
So why are we, why are our salaries so much different from what we budgeted?
I'm gonna go into that. Yeah. So, well, let's just get into that. So certificated salaries, after estimated actual adopted budget, there was new hires or late hires. I would say you added intervention teachers in the budget that weren't budgeted for when we were doing our estimated actuals and adopted budget, because our cutoff is like towards the end of May. And so, and we come and present to the board at our June meeting. So there's a point that we cut off the expenses and we budget for next year with the information that we have. So anyone that's hired after, we wouldn't be able to capture until first interim. And that's why I feel that first interim is really your updated, the first updated budget. You get your final title allocations, you get your, all of your salaries or anything that happened after June, in July, August, anybody that was hired afterwards, you could add to the budget. Classified salaries, you had $1 million in vacation payouts that were.
I think she had a question on
yes,
the statement.
Yes.
So when we did the budget, we didn't have a plan for like the reading initiatives and like, so those hires were unexpected?
I don't think they were unexpected, but maybe we didn't have their total expense budgeted for. Like we didn't know the exact salary amount that they were going to be hired on, or if we missed something in the budget that we didn't capture during that time. So we always go through it with a fine tooth to make sure that we've captured all the expenses. But if something happens unexpectedly afterwards, or if teachers come in at a higher salary than we budget for, or if there was potentially a line item budget that we missed, this would be our first opportunity to budget for those.
Should we, if we know that something is coming in the future, should there be a standard amount that we automatically add to say a minimum salary to get us closer to what our budget is going to be? So instead of saying, let's say we know we need to hire 2 teachers, we don't know what it's going to be. Is there a standard amount that we should add to say, we know we're going to hire 2 teachers, it's not unexpected, so maybe we should add this dollar and this dollar amount at a basic so that we're closer, so that the deviation won't be so much?
Yes, we can.
I'm just going to ask you to go back because, you know, I left my iPad at home and I can't. So I warned you I was going to be disorganized. If you go back to the actual chart, yeah. So the difference in those salaries is almost $8 million. I mean, that's significant.
That's significant.
So that's why I'm trying to square what's on the next slide where you say, we didn't know about some professional development and hiring a few intervention teachers. That's $8 million. That's a lot of people.
So what we do is when we compare what the differences are, we have the adopted budget line item and we look at all the object codes and we say, okay, what has changed in each of the salary object codes? Is what did we not include from adopted budget to what is now? And so those are the main line items that we were able to identify that were different from what was included in the adopted budget. That's why I'm highlighting those. Classified salaries, vacation payouts were never in the budget called out as a specific line item. We know they happen, we know they occur, but what we're trying to do with classified vacation payouts is get them more in line to account for the expenses in the year that they occur, instead of they could have been happening half the one year, half another year. We're trying to budget a total amount to try to pay them out to reflect all the expenses to hit the budget in this year that they're meant to hit. We added $1.8 million for the behavioral team that wasn't included in the adopted budget. You had $600,000 added for expanded learning positions. You had overtime for facilities and subs based on where they're trending now. We updated the budget to reflect where we feel that they would land. There was an additional $1 million from the adopted budget to account for additional paras, subs, and special education positions. Supplies increased approximately $1.4 million in restricted lottery to spend carryover amounts. We increased facilities budgets based on their 3-month trend of where they're landing in their expenses, and we project out for the fiscal year. So that is something that we can control, but for right now, we only have 3 months worth of data. So if they're trending a certain way, we're gonna budget, but to where we'll annualize it and budget to where we feel that they will land. And then the second interim, we have another opportunity to look at and say, hey, are their expenses trending where they should be? Are their budgets coming in lower than expected? And we'll be able to adjust it. And so the budget is a live document. We'll adjust periodically. We updated the Prop 28 supply budgets, approximately $900,000 as well. Services, contracted services reflect an increase to update for we got our updated property and liability coverage, which we didn't have that information, and that increased quite a bit. And yes, that makes up the services. Your capital outlay, we updated the budget about $1 million for the updated costs at the EP Foster Annex. That's going to be paid out of ELOF funds. And the remaining is $700,000 to account for bus purchases. So your unrestricted fund, your beginning balance is $24.4 million. You had income about $196 million, expenses about $170 million. Your contributions, which here you have your routine maintenance, you have to match at least 3% of your total expenses, and the remaining is special education. Overall, the way it's looking right now, your unrestricted fund balance is growing for about $1.3 million. This doesn't touch on the assumptions yet in the MYP and how it's built, so that'll change a lot if the assumptions change. This is what your ending fund balance is growing about $1.3 million. You have ending fund balance of 25.7 million, and it's broken out into your 6% reserves, and then stores, your inventory is 365,000, and the remaining is your assignments. I would call all of these assignments besides your reserve. You have the health and welfare projected savings, 2.3 million, and your reserve for declining 88 for 6.8 million. And you'll see when we look at the MYP, just remember the word assignments, because these are what makes up your assignments. And your unrestricted side, you'll see them slowly go away. Your restricted fund is all your title programs, your categorical programs, all your one-time dollars. Your ESSER used to reside here. And so just as a comparison, this ending fund balance is quite a bit lower because a lot of the one-time funds have gone away. The previous fiscal year, you had about like $28–30 million in here. And so over the time, as those timelines are coming to fully spend your money, we have been really good at that. So at this point, you only have about $12.1 million in the ending fund balance for your restricted fund, which 6.3 make up learning recovery block grant. And then you have your expanded learning, about 1.4 million. You have only about $1 million left in your educator effectiveness, and that essentially pays for the professional development days here. You have your reserve for Prop 28, mental health funds, and some smaller PD block grant, and then various school site grants, donations. So the assumptions in the MYP right now, the COLAs I talked about, we have 1.07 in the fiscal year 24-25. Next year, 2.93% and 3.08%. I've seen forecasts where the out years from the LAO's office is a little bit lower, but nothing has been officially published, so we're going to wait till after the governor's budget in the May revise. But that has a huge implication, because if those come in lower, that drastically changes your out years for your LCFF revenue. The unduplicated.
If I could just interject real quick. We know that we see a variety of COLAs projected, but I think that the theme is we don't see higher COLAs being projected, and I think that's the key takeaway here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The unduplicated count we did a really good job this year. We updated for the household meal income applications. We were able to collect a lot more. So thank you for all the site staff, the technology team did a great job with assisting parents to fill these out. But 60% is our unduplicated count number, and so we've updated that in the LCFF calculator for the out years. The way the supplemental concentration grant funding works, once you update your number, it's really, you don't start seeing it until the out years, because it's a rolling 3-year, because the state wants to make sure that you maintain that 60%, and it's not just a one-time fictional bump, and then you go back down.
And I know it's late, but this is this going from where we were hovering around 54% in the funding implications to where we are at 60%. We have a lot of people behind the scenes who made this possible, and they're probably not going to watch this, but I do want to make sure that you all understand how much time, energy, and intention went to this across multiple departments. A couple years ago, we were really, very, very worried. And now the fact that we have a system in place, we heard earlier from our parents that we have to rebuild trust. This is an area where we continue to expand what trust looks like in our district, where families are being responsive to us. So I recognize we have some places to grow, but where we have determined like we can get better at this is one result of that. And it has a huge implication. So I just want to thank, all of you represent a piece of that. Our district would be in a much different fiscal environment and on this MYP if this weren't the case. So I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's just really important that we
definitely
give
adds
credit
about
where credit's due.
$2–3 million for the out years. So if that number was lower, it would be a problem. The supplemental concentration grant dollars, I think it's hovering around $18–20 million per year that we get. So the higher that unduplicated count goes, the more dollars in supplemental concentration grant. So some of the assumptions, other assumptions in the MYP, some of the major assumptions here. Your LRBEG in the current fiscal year, 24-25, will expend 9.2 million of, sorry, I'm on the right slide. Oh, you got me. Okay. 9.2 million in the positions of the 15.6 million total, leaving a balance of about $6.3 million. That's what you saw in the restricted ending fund balance, about a $6.3 million remaining for the next fiscal year. So this MYP assumes that the $2.9 million shortfall due to lack of one-time LRBEG funds to cover the expenses is being removed. As anticipated, one result would be the need to reduce positions previously added by LRBEG funding. The MYP also assumes that the next year, to fiscal year 25-26, that $6.3 million remaining in the LRBEG will be fully exhausted at the end of the fiscal year, and the expenses tied to these funds are removed from that fiscal year 26-27. Parcel tax also did not pass. Our final was 66.46. We required a 66.76, so this MYP reflects that the 67, sorry. The MYP reflects the 2.1 million of those expenses that were previously funded by parcel tax. We'll need to, that translates to need to reduce the positions and expenses. As stated in previous discussions, this current MYP reflects that all expenses tied to the LRBG and parcel tax are removed from the budget unless another funding source is identified. So with those assumptions, this is a combined look, and so I don't really like to look at this one because it kind of muddies the
when
water.
you say combined, you're talking about unrestricted and restricted.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's combined look, meaning unrestricted and your restricted side. You have on the restricted portion, you have specific timelines and specific deadlines to spend your money. And so really we want to take a look at the unrestricted side. And so if we go to the next slide. So this is the MYP with the current assumptions with no LRBG positions remaining and your unrestricted budget. This is what it's looking like. So you have the surplus for the 1 year, 1.3 million. You still have your assignments, which make up your declining ADA fund and your stores. You have your, what was the other one? Sorry, the reserve for health and welfare. And then your reserves for economic certainties are still at 6%. If you look at the third year out, you're looking at a deficit of about $4.5 million. You still have 6% in your reserves, and you still have about $2.3 million, so that would be about your, that would be what's remaining in your declining fund ADA at that point. This deficit, personally, I believe this is still manageable. I mean, it's not ever great to have a deficit, but there are some other things that are not included in the MYP that may come back and could save us. You have the contract the board recently approved for the increased with Healthy Campus. So currently we collect about $1 million for like Medi-Cal. So I didn't want to budget that because we want to see it in practice and in play, but if we could collect an additional 1 million, 2 million, that would definitely help out this deficit. And then you also have potential solar savings at that 25-26 fiscal year, about 2 million in annual utility savings. So this we could manage. and if this is assuming that all budgeted expenditures are spent, right? So if there's some budget expenditures that we don't fully spend, that'll just fall into the unrestricted ending fund balance.
Okay, and just to interject real quickly, part of why Asan feels this is manageable is exactly that. We have some unknowns on the horizon that are to our benefit. And just for some context too, I am so appreciative of the fact that when we're looking at like $4 million as a 3-year deficit, a few years ago we were looking at a $21 million third-year deficit. So we are in a much better environment with a key assumption that Asan stated is that we address those LREBG positions.
Yeah. My major concern here would be like if the COLA changes, right? If the COLA changes, that could easily be like a $4 or $5 million shift in funding, and so that would dramatically impact your out-year budget if the COLA came back at 1.5 or 2.3, so we'd just have to just wait and see. But that's the huge unknown right now, is what the out-years COLA are going to be. And so, I mean, stressful times right now, I was going to say. Okay, so
I love that it's just right now that it's stressful. That's great. I love that.
And so if the existing LRBEG positions are retained, this is just a picture of what the financial picture would look like. It's still assuming the same COLAs right now for the revenue. And so if you could see in the second year, if LRBEG positions are brought back, the 2.9 million. Oh, so sorry. Okay. Marianne, yes. So 2.9 million right there. Come back at the second year, you can still make your 6% reserves. You still have some assignments in there, right? So you still have your declining ADA and potentially some reserve for health and welfare savings. But the third year out is where we end up in trouble, where we're at a $13.7 million deficit. And then we are not able to meet forget about the 6%, we can't meet our 3% reserve, and we'll be at 5.7. And so with that's if all of the expenses that are funded through LRBEG are brought back. And so if that happens and we cannot meet our reserve, district faces several consequences: state intervention, the county office or the CDE could pretty much monitor our financial health, placing the district under fiscal oversight. We don't want that. Fiscal insolvency if the district repeatedly fails to meet its reserve requirements or is unable to balance its budget, maybe at risk of insolvency. We potentially they could withhold certain state funds from us. And overall, it'll impact our programs. It'll impact our ability to meet payroll, potentially. And so we don't want to be in that situation. Final notes. There's another issue we need to talk about here, which is, so currently with the way the projections are, we need to talk about cash flow. So and we're not the only school district that'll be dealing with this, as all school districts are pretty much running low on their one-time funds are expiring. They're going back to normal, right? And so what we deal with on a cash flow situation compared to a budget situation is that we have regular monthly operational expenses, but we have irregular deposits from the state of when we receive that revenue. And so we need to be able to manage our monthly expenses, but we have to deal with going back to relying on the state to deposit at an irregular time where it doesn't align perfectly monthly. So we are going to be in that situation that in December and April, where we're waiting for the state aid to come in to fill us with state aid and property tax funding, that we're probably going to, it's looking like we're projecting to go negative in those fiscal years. And so what we're going to anticipate for is that we have to go out for a TRAN resolution, which is a tax revenue anticipation note. And we can only apply for this once a year. And so I would probably be bringing back a resolution in front of the board in February and March of this year. And then that doesn't cost the district any money. And then, right, these are only our projections as of now. And so if we could manage and bring the cash flow is saying that we're going to fully spend all of our budgeted expenditures. So we will continue to monitor our expenditures, and if we get our expenditures under control or potentially reduce our expenditures, then we may not have to go out for a TRAN. So what we want to do is pass the resolution, so if we need to, then we're ready to. And so if we bring the resolution to the board February, March, we'll continue to analyze our cash flow around April, May, and June. We'll continue to look at the latest. We'll bring it back if we need to go to finance. It would be in June.
And Hassan, I'll just jump in there. These are a precautionary measure. We're being proactive. But I do want to just add in addition to the things that are known, We also just want to make sure the board is aware of, there are things that are unknown. There are things that are unknown at the state level, and as you know, there are some things, conversations that are happening at the federal level with the Department of Education, question marks. So we want to make sure that we're in a position to be flexible and nimble, should we just unexpectedly also be in a cash flow situation. So
Because we're talking like 58 million, so we don't have that in our reserves. And, you know, that's the deposit that we're expected to receive in December and April.
Just a quick question though on that, because you talk about going out for a trans. It doesn't cost you anything to prepare for a trans, but if we do borrow the money, it costs us money.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that people are clear that the money's not free if we have to borrow it.
Once we go to financing, it will. I think it was estimated, don't quote me on this, but for every 13 million, about $400,000-$500,000 we would have to pay back. So it's not ideal. We don't want to be in that situation, but if we just need to manage our expenses. And so with that,
anyone have any other questions?
I wouldn't file it under a question. I guess I have a concern. So in looking at the slide that I called your attention to, you know, there are $8 million in increased expenditures beyond the budget that we approved. Now we're talking about potential shortfalls and, you know, negative MYPs. I guess I'm concerned that we had an $8 million increase that the board was not a part of, but potentially being asked to make reductions in the future. It doesn't square for me. So, so I would at least like to have a lot more information about those specific outlying numbers to know specifically the programmatic and decisions that were made to cause that. Because again, if we're looking at potentially having to borrow money and having to make staffing reductions in the future to come in line with those one-time dollars that are expiring, I want to know that we did everything in this year to be as prudent as possible, because I don't want to get to that place, right? So not to just be stuck on that one number, but
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, $8 million is a lot of money.
Yeah, I think we agree. Hassan, if you can just go back to the expenditure variance, or Marianne, if you can go back to the expenditure variance slides, because we did go through this very quickly.
Did I miss it?
Keep going. There we go. Okay. So if we went to the chart beforehand, we would note that most of those, that 8 million that you're focusing on is in the classified salaries area. So let's break that down real quick. What Hassan shared, let's just go one at a time. What Hassan shared in terms of the 1 million.
Sorry, I'm just not to cut you off. You can, I would actually like to get more of an actual report on where this is. So please share that information now. I read the bullet points, but I would like context.
Absolutely, and so we'll do that, and we'll put that in a board memo. Just going through, knowing that a bulk of that is in classified salaries, if we take a look at that, what Hassan shared in terms of the vacation payouts is the distinction between how we are budgeting for that in fiscal years, so we can provide some detail on there. The 1.8 million for behavioral health team, there's a distinction between this now being a classified salary versus some things that were previously contract services, so we can provide that. The 600,000 for ELOP positions, we continue to expand in those categoricals. The 600,000 for facilities and overtime subs. As we shared, we're taking a look at like what overtime looks like, because that's a place where potentially we could look at contracted services. The 1 million for adopted budget for accounts for the special education permanent sub hours. These are these required services? Okay. So just in that one area, it's a sense of like how, when we look at how quickly $6 million can add up, or about $6 million can add up. Okay, thank you.
Other than that, well, yeah, I think so if you go to the last slide, Marianne, sorry. One back, yeah, just, so the TRAN is one thing that's important now. It's just that if we fully spend all our, if the budgeted expenditures, mind you, we only have 3 months of data, right? 3 months of expenses. If they all trend to where they're going, then we'll be looking at cash flow negative in December and April, just waiting for the state aid. As one-time dollars conclude, obviously we need to look at those positions previously funded by one-time dollars in order to protect general fund and reserves while continuing to maximize the use of categorical funds. Continue to look at staffing, which makes up about 80% of our budget. That's it, unless there's any questions.
Any questions or comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval. Second.
Roll call.
Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Can I just get a point of clarification? We're just acknowledging receipt of this. We're not approving these amendments.
Well, I think we're approving the first interim budget as specified, like these are the actual, like this is where we are, and you're approving that this is the budget as it currently exists.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. President, I apologize, but I need to leave. I've got to go home and take care of a wife that
Okay,
her
we understand.
caregivers had to leave. Thank you.
Where is that? Okay, number 4, award of contract E424 Amherst Elementary School Playground Replacement is a first read. The bid was opened on December 6th. Bids were received from 2 pre-qualified contractors, Artline Construction Company and Lee Construction Company. Artline bid was, do I go into this or do you go into this on the amounts?
We could talk, right? Yeah. So I believe this bid, award of the Elmhurst, it was awarded, we're requesting approval to award to Lee Construction.
Correct.
I had a question about this, not because, not about, I guess, I was, and I shared this with Dr. Castro, I was shocked at the cost of a playground.
Yeah.
So can you just talk a little bit about why they're so expensive?
Sure. I mean, there's a myriad of reasons. The big reason why is the overall increase of footprint size in the playgrounds. With the addition of the swings and the feedback that we got from the student, staff, community, and teachers, swings was a big thing. So we wanted to make sure to incorporate that. Swings, on the flip side, unfortunately, require a lot of footprint just because of the fall space. And also with the initiative of being inclusive playgrounds, those also require additional square footage. So when we talk about just the overall size, we're almost doubling the size of the playgrounds. We also have Elmhurst specifically, we have to address the accessible needs, especially in the kindergarten area. So when you look at the kindergarten area, we have a lot of topographic issues. So we have to bring all that, grade up and make sure we provide an accessible path to the playgrounds. So we're addressing all that, as well as some fencing in the kindergarten area, segregating that. So although it's playgrounds, we're addressing a lot of site needs. We don't want to build an inclusive playground without having accessibility to it. So we want to make sure we included all of that in part of this. The other, low-hanging fruit is the prevailing wage rates, that we saw from 2019 when the long-range master plan was first implemented to where we're at now. Depending on the trade, we're looking at anywhere between $15 to $20 per hour increase. So if you expound that by, a couple thousand man hours, the cost just seems to skyrocket. So the big factor is just the overall footprint and the initiative of inclusive play. The ramping system, all this stuff just requires more space.
I also had some questions, and
Sure.
I'll have to bring it back at another meeting because it's going to take longer than our time constraints tonight. But the one question I want, is there a budget that we give to the site to say, we know we want to have the best, but here's our budget, and this is what you can work in, and do they know how much things cost when they ask for it, or how do we handle that?
Right. I mean, so we manage that internally amongst ourselves and the design team. So, you know, a few ways we were able to cut costs are when we look at the surfacing, you can select the color of the surfacing. In our case for Elmhurst and
Well, I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to know if we give the school a budget, and if we do give them a budget.
Do we give you a budget?
Yeah, I mean, I have the implementation plan that has somewhat of a guideline. You know,
School sites would not get a budget when
No,
we're
I don't
asking for
discuss
input.
budget with the school sites.
So if you're trying to design a playground and you have no idea what the budget is and you have no idea what something costs, I don't understand how that's possible.
I have the idea of the cost and the budget. Not necessarily. We don't give that to the principals and the staff.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you said that the principals kind of design what they think they need, right?
No, we surveyed staff, parents, community, and the students.
Oh, and then you decide.
And then we get all that data provided to the design team, and they kind of, you know, select and choose, you know, what really was wanted from, you know, some stuff when they say we want a skate park, obviously we exclude that. But, you know, all the big wants like swings, you know, we have to listen to the surveys. So we don't necessarily let them have free reign, but we kind of temper expectations once we receive those survey results.
And like I said, in the future, we'll talk about it. But, you know, we look at contracts of $25,000 and above, right? And the last time when I was looking through my notes, I thought the playgrounds were like 900 to 1.2, and I understand prevailing wage and costs and everything going up. But when it's such a drastic difference, I think we need to talk about processes.
Sure.
Because from 900 to 1.2 to 1.7 is a big difference.
Yeah.
And unless I'm being forgetful, I don't ever remember having conversations about, hey, just so you know, we're going to spend between two playgrounds, we're going to spend almost $1.4 million than we thought we were.
Correct.
So, you know, knowing that we like to see stuff $25,000 and above, I think we need to put a process in when something reaches this amount.
We're also, you know, to compound on that, we're also seeing the swing on the opposite end, is we're seeing significant, I don't want to say savings, but differentials for the positive in roofing. So, you know, out of, I think the 4 roofing projects we performed over the summer, we had a difference of a net positive of nearly $8 million. So something, you know, in the implementation plan, we were significantly.
But yeah, I understand that, and I don't mean to cut you off because we're getting close on time.
Yeah.
But just because we save $8 million somewhere else, I think we need to be involved where we say if we did save $8 million, where do we think it should go, or should it go to air conditioning? Should it go to, so that's the reason why I think the board wants to have more input on it.
Sure. I don't know how that would work. We'd have to.
So one of the things I was thinking about in this is like, you know, kind of like a gradient, right? Like, here's what if we want to spend $2 million, here's what we could get. If we want to spend 1.5, here's what we could get. If we're trying to keep it below 1.2, here's what that playground looks like, right? You gave a great presentation at the Anacapa Town Hall, right? About like, you know, there are a variety of options and they all have price tags, right? So when these come to us as like, here's what the whole thing costs, there's no, I mean, I could say like, well, if we take off that path, does that save us, you know?
Yeah.
Right? But like, that's not my job. I shouldn't be doing those things. And so I would love to have either to give you a parameter to say, hey, Ryan, make it as amazing as you can, but it's got to be under 1.3,
Sure.
or we say, you know, what are some different options, and then we choose.
I think, just listening to the conversation, we were already planning on doing a mid-year bond update. What I think sounds important to do is to bring back the implementation plan, to revisit the projected expenditures at that time, because this is now quite some time, a little bit old. Just like Brian, we were talking about the shifts that occurred with the original facilities master plan to the differences between that and the implementation plan. We'll revisit that as a board, like what's changed since the time that the board approved the implementation plan. Take a look, do we have cost escalation that's built into there?
Yeah.
So I think that's really important to know.
Yep.
Are there new baselines? Bring that to the board. And then we can also do the updates as to where we are, because one of the things that will be critical too, which of course we know, and this is not what I hear you saying, we will have to be mindful about the project timelines. If we slow down or revisit the processes that are in place, we could delay some of those timelines, and I think that's important for the board to have that conversation. So where are we? Where are those projects that are just so far along the way we need to let them go, or else we're creating a backup? But where are those places where we can take a look at going forward, so that way if there are evolving priorities of the board versus when we originally approved that implementation plan, those priorities can be reflected in an update if necessary. Does that sound good? Okay.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't necessarily say our priorities have changed as much as it's just, we know we're not going to be able to afford all the things we want to do, right? Because there's so much need. And so I think it was you that I shared, when you first get your paycheck, you spend a lot of money, and then at the end of the month, you're like, it's ramen, I'm not doing anything else, right? We don't want to be in that place with the bond, because if we're really thoughtful from the very beginning, right, we can stretch it out further. And so that's all. And by the way, I think these are fantastic designs. I mean, I really love the thoughtfulness in them. And I don't want to slow down the process.
Yeah, and it's new to us, so we're not saying you're doing anything wrong. We're trying to figure out how to get involved, because we've never had to do it before. So if we do another bond, we'll have processes in place and we'll know what to expect.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, I kind of like my job, so.
With that, I will make a motion that we accept the recommendation for Lee's construction bid for the Elmhurst Playground.
Second.
Is there a reason why there's not a roll call like the rest of it, or do we just do this different?
It's an error.
It's an error, sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh, roll call.
Okay, vote as follows. Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, number 5, award of contract E324 Mound Elementary School Playground Replacement, which is a first read. Is it the only bidder?
Yeah, Lee Construction was also at that job walk, but he showed up late, and due to our mandatory job walk regulations, if you show up late, I throw you out automatically, so.
Do we have any questions
Unfortunately.
on this one? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Vote as follows. Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Can I recommend that since it's 10:40 that we go ahead and call it? Is there anything else that's urgent on here?
I think if we can approve consent calendar, that would be important.
Okay, item
I'd like
number
to
18.
correct, sorry, motion carries 4-0.
Item number 18, the consent calendar. These are things that are routine in nature but needs approval. And do we have any questions or anything need to be pulled from the consent calendar? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Okay.
Yes.
Vote as follows. Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Just to make sure, we are tabling those two conference items, and we'll bring them back in a future board item. Yeah.
We have board reports.
I provided Dr. Castro with, for those of you who were at AEC, on Saturday, the speaker was from Red Button AI, and he talked about using AI to do mundane tasks that you don't want to spend time on. And so I used AI to generate notes on all the sessions I attended at AEC. It was fantastic. I highly recommend. So this is your copy of, like the sessions I went to. I just thought it was nice for the public to see what we did. And then, other than that, no other report.
Any other board reports for ad hoc committees reports? Coming events?
In the interest of time, we have some great stuff coming up, and look forward to everybody who can make each of those things. Thank you very much.
Okay, future board items.
So along the lines of my board report, I wanted to suggest a kind of conference item on AI. We learned a lot about that at AEC, and I think it's something that as a board we should be starting to have conversations about.
Any other future?
Just real quickly, consensus, yes? Yeah, okay, great.
I actually had a list, but in the interest of time, I'll do that list at a future board meeting. But there are two things that I do want to say, and for where it says future board items, instead of putting TBD, can we please put the date that we requested it to be on there, so it can be like an aging statement, so we can view that, you know, this hasn't been talked about in 6-7 months. So I don't know how hard it would be to go back and find out when we put these on there, but if we can't find out those dates, can we let today be those dates to be changed?
What, yeah, so President Peterson, what I'll do is work with Anthony to come up with, going forward, what is a, I don't know, legally acceptable way to do that. So for example, Washington School, we've been delaying that because of the State Historical Resources Commission. We received an update where we thought that was going to be January. It's now February, which means that there'll be a bumping effect to where that presentation will be, maybe February, March. So as long as the board understands, like for example today, we've tabled two other items which could have a bumping effect. So I can work with Anthony to come up with some language that meets whatever requirements are necessary, and then we can create some parameters around like the window of opportunity when these can come forward.
Is that okay with the board? I just think instead of saying TBD, if we look at it and say, hey, we might want to put this one up on the next meeting because we haven't talked about it. We put it 3 months ago. So I just thought it would be nice to be visible.
Dr. Castro misunderstood. So what he wants is the date at which it was placed on this list, not when it's going to come back.
Yeah,
to us.
no. I think he's, because we've talked about, I had a meeting with Dr. Castro about, you know, to make sure I wasn't trying to do stuff that was illegal because it's my first day. So that's another subject. This subject is only the date it was placed. So like if Sabrina wanted to be a future board item of something today, we would put it on there and it would have today's date. Yeah. If we can say listed or whatever the term is, I just want to see that it's been a long time. It's been a future board item for 6 months, but so when is the future coming?
Yes, we can do that.
And then the other one, I wanted to just, I asked Dr. Castro to find a Board of Education space or office because I always intend to bring my notes back to different meetings and I leave it in this car and that car. So I asked him to search for a space that we can actually leave stuff where it'd be a Board of Education type office space with a file cabinet or something like that, if that's okay. Yeah. The rest of it, I think, can wait for another meeting instead of going back into it. I'm sorry, there is one thing I don't want to wait for. I have already spoke to Sabrina about this and thanking her for all the activity she does outside of Ventura, because it has really elevated our district. You know, when she was the representative for Region 11 and now she's a vice president, eyes are on us more than has ever been, and we're doing great things. And I just wanted to, I thank you personally, but I want to thank you publicly to say, well, we appreciate all the stuff you do for the board and we benefit from it. Okay, that's really it.
On my first board
I'll
meeting.
move adjournment. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
And if I can just say before there's a second, just want to wish the board, our communities, our staff a happy holidays. This will be the last time we convene before winter break. So thank you. Be safe and enjoy your families and friends.
Yeah. All right, I'll entertain that motion again to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Roll call.
Vote as follows. Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
And thank you to VASE and TDC Studios, and
Caps
they did an
and
amazing.
Caps Media tonight.
Oh, Caps. Oh, sweet. Well, I just want to say, VASE did an amazing job at the Poinsettia Awards. It was spectacular, and thank you, Caps, for being here today.